were discussing this morning, I give the floor to the rapporteur to present the decision.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais vous présenter, on avait un petit devoir à faire pendant le déjeuner. Donc, on l'a fait, je pense. Mais je ne sais pas si dans notre devoir, vous allez trouver tout ce que vous voulez. On a mis beaucoup de choses, je vais vous lire. Demande, c'est sur l'écran dans les deux langues, demande au Centre du patrimoine mondial et aux organisations consultatives de prendre en compte les riches débats ayant eu lieu à sa 37e session, y compris le renforcement des capacités, la méthodologie et le processus pour les listes indicatives et les projets en amont, des propositions d'inscription afin d'améliorer le dialogue et la communication entre toutes les parties prenantes, y compris le Centre du patrimoine mondial, les bureaux hors siège de l'UNESCO, les bureaux régionaux de l'UICN, les comités nationaux de l'ICOMOS, les comités scientifiques internationaux et les programmes de renforcement des capacités de l'ICRAM, ainsi que les centres de catégorie 2 de l'UNESCO relatifs au patrimoine mondial et les universités. Je vous invite, si vous avez des commentaires, à les faire tout de suite parce on doit se dépêcher.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. So if this text is accepted as amended for you, we can proceed to the adoption. Je vois le Sénégal. Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aurais souhaité, si c'est possible, qu'on ajoute une suggestion, suggérer aux États parties de prendre en compte les études d'impact aussi bien au plan culturel que naturel.
Merci, monsieur. Le secrétariat est en train de prendre note de ça. I give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering whether in the part of the text where we talk about IUCN and ICOMOS, I think we are not only talking about the regional offices of IUCN and ICOMOS national committees, but we are talking also about IUCN in total and ICOMOS, which is official. Okay, thanks for not seeing this. It skipped from my mind. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Madam. The delegation of India.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to recollect that a lot of the debate was about the continuing and worsening imbalance in the inscriptions. So the tentative list is fine. I just want to know how this can be captured. And if it's too much of a problem, don't capture it, but the issue is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Je vois la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Serait-il possible de remonter un peu dans le texte, s'il vous plaît, pour une correction linguistique? Sur le 3. Oui, après le 37e section. Voilà, remplacer le « y compris » par « en particulier ». En particulier le centre... L'autre. Y compris le...
C'est quelle ligne?
Oui, ça on peut
voilà.
le dire, mais c'est celui après la 37e session qui est surtout pénalisant pour la compréhension du texte.
En particulier le renforcement des capacités. Voilà.
Très bien. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Merci, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
La Suisse.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'avec l'ajout proposé par le Sénégal, la correction linguistique française, le texte est absolument parfait. Et je propose qu'on ne touche plus une virgule à ce texte. Et je remercie le rapporteur du travail qui a été fait. Merci.
Merci à vous, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Y a-t-il des autres commentaires? Je ne vois pas. Donc, on peut adopter la décision telle qu'amendée. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Is it that we don't take into account that part of the debate on the inscriptions and nominations, only on the tentative list? Is that what you heard? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did put that, I don't know if you see, we put upstream process and then propositions of inscriptions of the nomination process. We do have that.
Okay.
Upstream support. No, but we don't have it. Sorry, we don't have it in the English text. You're right, Mr. Ambassador. We have it in the French. Proposition d'inscription. Je vous prie d'accorder les deux textes. Merci. Nous allons peaufiner le texte encore. Donc on va encore 2-3 fois à regarder là-dessus. Vraiment, ça va être bien. Bon, excusez-moi, c'était une traduction, problème de traduction. Merci.
Merci, madame. Donc, on prend note de ces amendements et on va faire la correction sur les deux textes, sur les deux versions. Et avec ceci étant dit, on peut donc considérer que la décision est acceptable et on peut la adopter. We proceed now to our agenda item 10A, related to the presentation of the final report on the results of the second cycle of the periodic reporting exercise for Latin America and the Caribbean. In this regard, please refer to document WHC 1337-10A. And I now invite Madame Nuria Sanz from the World Heritage Center to introduce this item. Madam Sanz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. As the members of the committee may recall, the World Heritage Committee launched the periodic reporting exercise at its 35th session in 2011 and requested the state parties of the region to actively participate in the process. However, regional and sub-regional meetings took place since November 2009 for our region to train representatives from 32 state parties and 116 site managers in LAC. Next, please. The Latin American and Caribbean region started working with the state parties in training national experts on how to prepare retrospective statements of outstanding universal value and on how to deal with the retrospective inventory, with particular attention to cartographic information from the properties described between 1978 and 1999. Next, please. As per Article 29 of the Convention and as stated by the paragraph 201 of the operational guidelines, the periodic reporting exercise is dealing directly with the implementation of the Convention, and it is a procedure by which state parties, through the intermediary of the World Heritage Committee, present the status of the implementation of the Convention in their respective territories to UNESCO General Conference. As you may recall as well, the exercise has 4 main purposes. First of all, to provide an assessment of the application of the Convention at the state party, to provide an assessment on as to whether the OUV is being maintained over time, to record the changing circumstances at the property, including its state of conservation, and to provide a mechanism for regional cooperation and the exchange of information and experiences about member states. Well, here you have a map in which you can see which is the state of the art of the periodic reporting exercise in the region, with an important number, next please, with an important number of sites inscribed, 128, and during the process, more than 5 countries established and updated their own tentative list. 2 meetings took place in Zacatecas and were hosted by the Mexican authorities and by the Institute Category 2 for UNESCO on World Heritage. 2 meetings took place in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and Ouro Preto, Loreto, and further 2 regional meetings were held in the Caribbean, in Bridgetown in Barbados, and in Santo Domingo in Dominican Republic. The final meeting, last December in Santiago de Chile, provided an opportunity to discuss the preliminary conclusions of the exercise and establish the main priorities for the region. The World Heritage Center thanks the national authorities of Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Chile, Dominican Republic for the generous financial support and outstanding technical performance over the last 3 years of intense and productive work and successful cooperation. Next, please. By decision 36-10C in 2012, the committee requested the World Heritage Center to submit a final report on the results of the second cycle of the exercise for our region and to be submitted in this session. Some weeks ago, we prepared and finalized the final document of the report, and that was distributed in English and French as usual, but as well in Spanish as requested by the LAC community. It's a comprehensive report with the statistical data which helps the reader to analyze in detail the state of conservation of the site and the conservation practices, as well as the current state of conservation and the management plans. The exercise was addressed to 32 state parties in the region that had ratified the convention and 128 properties inscribed on the World Heritage List from 1978 to 2011. A total of 29 state parties submitted the questionnaire for Section 1 on the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, while 122 World Heritage sites submitted the questionnaires for Section 2 on the state of conservation of the World Heritage properties. 91% of the questionnaires were completed for Section 1 and 96% for Section number 2. Next, please. In terms of inventories, and this is a subject that encapsulate an important and substantial part of the discussion, even for a previous point discussed in the agenda for today. So it is important to see that we have more or less equal results in terms of cultural and natural heritage, and inventories have been used for World Heritage purposes, more or less we can say in equal basis from natural protected sites or for cultural protected sites. Next, please. In terms of the utility of the inventories as a starting point for the implementation of the convention and as a first step for the preparation of the tentative list, 39% of the answers confirmed that national inventories were frequently used for the purpose of setting up a national tentative list. The state parties consider that there is a very important room still for cooperation in this field. 7 state parties, next, which previously did not have tentative list, have now submitted one, and furthermore, 5 state parties have started the process of updating their tentative list. Independent of the national exercise, the state parties would like to increase cooperation to harmonize tentative list sub-regionally. I think this is an important item that came from the results of the periodic reporting in our region. Next, please. The next graphic shows the involvement of, next. The graphic shows the involvement of different agents in developing tentative lists in the region. The main driving agent is the responsible national authority of the state party, followed by local authorities, even in countries in which there is an important federal system, as is the case in Argentina or the case of Mexico. UNESCO national commissions are fairly involved, and expert support is more developed than the role of local communities and private sector, whether it be industry or private owners are fairly involved still in the process. Next slide, please. The same conclusions can be obtained from the graphic showing the different agents' involvement in the nomination process. Next. When we analyze what about the benefit of a nomination, it's interesting to see that the state parties answered that in terms of PRU, in terms of conservation, the results are very similar. And tourism is important, but as a driving force to improve conservation and not just, and is not related to a danger of a very important impact. On the contrary, the state parties consider that is an incentive to develop interpretation centers, to develop a better presentation of the site, and to encourage conservation. Next, please. In terms of the legal framework, according to the results obtained, in 57% of the cases, the national local focal points stated that the existing legal framework is not adequate for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. In many countries, national heritage protection laws in the region were approved almost unanimously by the ratification of the World Heritage Convention. It is interesting to see that the spirit of the national laws found their inspiration in the preamble of the World Heritage Convention, but many of those countries currently find themselves in a moment to update the protection laws for cultural and natural heritage, and they have knocked the door of the World Heritage Center to assist in the process of updating of their own laws. It is particularly important to take this into consideration when some of those countries are suffering a process of decentralization of competencies and responsibilities in terms of World Heritage. And there is not very clear what is the way in which responsibilities are split in terms of the decision-making process. Thanks to the generous support of the government of Uruguay, a meeting was organized in 2011 to identify the main needs and the cooperation initiatives. Some of the protective figures were discussed within the framework of the periodic reporting exercise, and we defined, with the help of the state parties, the way in which the members of the committee, the advisory bodies, and the World Heritage Center could be a help in identifying some challenges for, or in the framework of the new legislation initiatives. So first of all, the state parties in the region would like to better identify what is the benefit of having one specific protection law for one specific World Heritage site, as it happens in the case of Galapagos, or it happened in the case of La Antigua Guatemala. In some countries, like Ecuador, Bolivia, or Dominican Republic, change in their national constitution has contributed a wider understanding of heritage and has designed responsibilities in a much more interdisciplinary way, in the service of a renewed national identity and the development of a national community of cultures. In the case of the plurinational state of Bolivia, there are 36 nationalities, and its respective of plural cultural identities are being developed within a special law of natural and cultural heritage's protection. It is also been, it's also been important to observe how countries in Latin America and the Caribbean want to reinforce their responsibility when it comes to defending their geological and paleontological heritage, not well protected by law or not sufficiently protected by law. And there is as well a player coming from the state parties in terms of how to better preserve or how to improve in the framework of law figures of heritage protection like a cultural landscape or cultural itineraries. Next, please. In terms of international cooperation, the LAC community identified capacity building as the main driving force of regional cooperation. The periodic reporting exercise has been considered as a useful, very useful training exercise itself. The document 10A shows detailed information of the results of the meeting held by the centers, category 2 in the region, and the proposals to reinforce the capacity building programs in the region. The capacity building program in the Caribbean has increased its module in 3 working languages and has been an active tool that should be developed beyond the Caribbean area as requested by all subregions in LAC. Next, please. According to the legal framework for any specific site, that means at site level, some of the statistics are very relevant. The first of all, in the case that you see in the slide, the 60%, around the 60% of the properties considered inadequate or not sufficient the protection at site level. Next, please. 74% is not fully adequate for buffer zones, and next, please. More than 77% is not adequate in the surrounding areas. In terms of management, next please. Only 50% of the site stated there is a very good coordination for the implementation of the management plan. Next please. 45% consider that the management is only partially adequate to the preservation of the OUB, and 58% consider that only potentially the plans have been implemented. Next, please. 30% have any kind of such an annual management plan. And next, please. 50% consider that the local communities are not very well presented in the implementation or even in the consideration when the management plan is set up. Next, please. And we would like to say as well that it's not just, we have increased over the last 5 years, we have increased significantly the number of the management plans submitted, but more than the middle of them has not a special annual kind of a specific plan, and in the majority of the cases, this plan is not implemented. Next, please. During the framework of this exercise, the second cycle of the periodic reporting in LAC, of the 74 properties, 64 of them have submitted a cartography for the retrospective inventory, and you have the figures, important figures in the document that you have adopted previously. That means more than 60% of the retrospective declaration of OUB have been submitted, finalized, and adopted. Next, please. In terms of the state of conservation, this graphic shows the type of impact considered negative by site managers, which affect all the sites in the region. It is important to note that the same factors similarly affect the 3 sub-regions, with some variation. In the case of the Caribbean, sudden ecological and geological events, pollution, as well as impact derived from climate change, show an increased percentage. In the case of Central America, the conservation of built fabric is a common reason of concern, mainly affecting the monumental archaeological Maya sites. Resource extraction is affecting South America more than the rest of the subregions, although it is not yet considered a significant concern. Next, please. The negative impact on cultural, natural, or mixed properties are led by the impact of water, a factor mentioned in more than the 75% of the sites considered in this report. This is an external factor with a regular cycle that all conservation and management plans will have to take into account, especially for actions on preventive nature. A large number of protected sites are in or have coastal areas, or have are close to important river channels. Added to this is the tropical nature of atmospheric phenomena, which translate into heavy rainfalls accompanied by high-velocity winds. Regular rainfalls and storms affect vegetation and coastal line, of course, in natural areas. On the other hand, built properties are affected by short but sudden episodes of flooding that affect their physical structures, particularly in those properties that are formed or built by clay or wood, resources that are abundant for the vernacular architecture or built heritage in the region. The presence of water and humidity sometimes also cause the increase of biopredators such as insects, fungi, or lichens. The presence, of course, of solid waste, that is one of the second reasons for important impact, and illegal activities within the protection boundaries of the property follow next in terms of degree of impact. Unlike the previous factor, this impact has an entropic cause that fundamentally responds to changes in the dynamic of population growth and migration, social and economic changes in the population in general and in World Heritage Sites specifically. A fourth impact is the fire. This impact stands out natural properties with prolonged period of seasonal drought, which carry the potential for large fires. However, in many cases, these fires are not spontaneous, but are the result of a traditional agricultural practices, which involve burning plot of land as a cleaning mechanism, both within the property and in its boundaries. Greater emphasis is needed on campaigns for changing agricultural models, decreasing the areas of fire, and establishing times for lower risk for control burns and creating, of course, firewalls. Next, please. The second cycle of the, next, please. The second cycle of the periodic reporting in the next, please. In the region has been coordinated by the World Heritage Center, Latin American Caribbean Unit, with the help of national POCAN points, site managers, international resource persons, UNESCO field offices, and advisory bodies. An internet and intranet platform launched 3 years ago has accumulated and encapsulated all the documents that have been produced for the first cycle of the periodic reporting in the region and for the second cycle of the periodic reporting. In this second cycle, a total of 176 natural and cultural heritage focal points and World Heritage Site managers have been involved in the second exercise and have participated, of course, in the 8 meetings organized in the regions. The 3 topics, the 3 main topics, arranged on specific arborescence. Next, please. And we have used this platform, and of course we have animated with some of the coordinators thematic issues and thematic programs during the duration of the exercise. Next, please. And we have decided to keep this arborescence for the time being, and this arborescence is divided in 3 main parts. In the left part, you have seen all the background documents for the first and the second periodic reporting exercises. The central part is related to the cooperation that has been established with the Center Category 2 and with the UNESCO offices in the region. And the third part, in the right of the slide, you can see how we are going to develop and to continue animating the discussion for the thematic working groups until that the action plan will be finalized and submitted to all of you in next session of the committee in 2014. Next, please. Based on the outcome of the second cycle of the periodic reporting, state parties in Latin America and Caribbean started drafting the main lines for the action plan 2012-2017 to guide efforts to address identified factors and specific needs. It has been underlined by the state parties and decided by them in the meeting that took place in Santiago de Chile that we continue working after the presentation of this report to an action plan, and this action plan should be focused, concrete, and realistic. And it has been decided by them to identify some specific themes in which they would like to collaborate, and they have identified a room to increase collaboration and cooperation between, of course, a state party. Workshops, numerous working sessions at the World Heritage Committee, as well as a very close relationship with the GRULAC in Paris, played a crucial role in the successful implementation of the periodic reporting in the region. Next, please. We have identified, with the help, of course, of the site managers and national focal point, different kind of subject to increase and to develop cooperation. First of all is cultural landscape. In the case of cultural landscape, so there is a big potential in the region to explore new inscriptions and new possibilities for cooperation. First of all, because 7 sites of the LAC region correspond to the second typology of cultural landscape, organically evolved landscape, and 5 correspond to evolutionary type, are mainly related with the production, agricultural production. And this is one of the Achilles heels of the implementation of the convention in terms of cultural landscape. A lot of site managers request a specific support from a state party, from the center, and from international experts, how to continue developing production and how at the same time to protect the conditions of integrity and authenticity of this production. Next, please. As you can see, in the case of the agave or in the case of the coffee plantations in Colombia, one of the main issues is how to continue producing with the traditional way of doing, and at the same time how to ensure that the contemporary global market demands are not going to affect negatively the traditional production of these cultural landscapes. Next, please. Next, please. And of course, this is not only cultural landscape in the region have a very important challenges, and the case of one of the main cultural landscape in terms of the prehistoric cultural heritage in Mexico, but another one very recently inscribed is Rio de Janeiro, with another kind of different kind of challenges in terms of the increasing urbanization of the conurbation and very important urban areas in LAC region. Next, please. In Scribe, we have 5 cultural landscape in the region. Next, please. But there is an important room for a new cultural landscape nomination. If we have a look, next, please, to the tentative list of all the region. Next, please. Well, and in fact, site managers would like to continue exchanging information of those sites. There is another subject which is related to the mixed site. It's an important thematic or theme in the region. Why? We have 3 for the time being, but if you have a look to the tentative list, next, please. Next. There is an important room to increase into 20 as a minimum the number of the mixed site. Next, please. Next, please. Over the last 6 years, we have identified several possibilities for cooperation in one of very exciting and important collaboration effort in terms of the slave route. Different countries would like to approach the subject from different kind of perspective. Some of them do not like the concept of a slave route, but African heritage in Americas or any other kind of nomination, but containing this absolutely extraordinary and important step in the history of humanity. According to the results of the international meeting that took place in Barbados in June 2012 to strengthen capacities for preparation of the nomination files, and the meeting of African heritage in Americas that took place in Brasilia in September 2012, and all the work developed by our colleagues and UNESCO Havana office, we started thinking about the possibilities of a transcontinental cooperation system in terms of a slave route, and how to identify a better room for this subject in all the sub-regional and regional political platform of discussions in the region and out of the region. I'm referring to CARICOM, ALBA, Mercosur, and of course the Conference of Ministers of Culture in LAC. And we always consider the transcontinental perspective of this very important project. Next, please. So we have, as you know, a lot of sites of memory and a lot of even historic centers of cultural landscape related to the slave route. Next, please. Next, please. And of course, there is a player as well to request a better, a comprehensive approach in terms of tangible and intangible heritage when speaking and identifying sites related to the slave route project. Next, please. In fact, here you have in the slide all of the calendar of our activities during the first cycle of the periodic reporting and during the second cycle of the periodic reporting, taking as well into consideration important initiative, as I mentioned since the beginning. Next, please. And for the meeting in Brasilia, we submitted this cartography, which in fact is one of the minimalistic representation of the cartographical points directly related with the World Heritage Convention, but in fact, we have prepared during the second cycle of this exercise, next please, another kind of cartography, which is a international, transcontinental cartography, and all the points that you could identify on the map are related to site inscribed on the tentative list, institutions working from the research and from the conservation point of view on a slave route, as well as all the sites related to this part of the history of humanity. So having this kind of cartography in hand, a slave route of course, could not be an international or transnational project within the limits of the LAC region, but of course beyond of the limits of our region. Next, please. There are a lot of sites inscribed in terms of World Heritage in the Caribbean, and of course a lot of sites that could be inscribed in the future. In all the regions of the world, more than 40 sites will be related to this exercise, and of course in the Caribbean we have 11 in the tentative list and 3 important sites in South America. Next, please. There is another subject that has been, no, not yet, please. There is another subject that has been considered important for to develop a new collaborative effort in the region, and it's why not to work together to develop or to set up an international conservation plan for Maya sites. Next, please. Next. The main objective of this program is to develop a strategy to set up an international conservation plan for Maya sites through a multidisciplinary definition of the criteria for reversible and well-documented intervention by technical advisory working group on monumental archaeology and tropical forests in Mexico and Central America. Common built heritage fabrics, common factors of decay, common causes of biodeterioration, but not yet a common approach in terms of preservation practices. The territorial consideration of this very big and huge monumental site have a lot of implication from the legal point of view, because these important territories are divided in different kind of zoning or different type of ownership system. From the environmental point of view, some of them encapsulate a puzzle of natural, national, regional, or international protection, different kind of categories. And from the economic point of view, mass tourism and local indigenous communities are related to some of the exploitation of those territories that, of course, are in extreme poverty. This is important for more than 7 countries, because in these 7 countries, more than 22 archaeological areas inscribed in the World Heritage List could benefit of a common effort in this regard. Next, please. Here you have some of the cases in which a common system of protection and preservation should be developed. Next, please. And next. Members of the committee may recall that in 2010 and 2011 we organized several special site events in which we, of course, sensibilized the members of the committee about the impact and the disaster occurred after the big, huge, massive earthquake in Haiti. At this moment, the Ministry of Culture of Uruguay, on the occasion of the 34th session of the World Heritage Committee in Brasilia in 2010, raised the need for a regional reflection on heritage and extreme poverty from cultural, ethical, and economical point of view in LAC. In the framework of the preparation of the summit Rio+20, the government of Ecuador, through the coordination of the Ministry of Culture and Natural Heritage and in close collaboration with the World Heritage Center, organized in Quito last October 2012, and in the framework of the 40th anniversary of the convention, and a specific meeting on World Heritage and extreme poverty. One of the objectives was, of course, to discuss the role of heritage in the struggle against poverty. International, next please, and regional experts were invited to present practice and methodologies from different disciplines: sociology, anthropology, economy, social science, national protection and of cultural and natural heritage, and to discuss the gaps and need for bridges between heritage preservation and public policies on education, sanitation, public welfare. Priority actions were identified in some of the cases discussed during 3 working intense days of work. Las favelas of Rio de Janeiro were discussed, the historic centers of Mexico, the urban poverty in Valparaíso in Chile, and the poverty alleviation projects in Misiones Jesuíticas or Paraguay, between others. Next, please. Next, please. And we have considered that this is a very important opportunity to work with another agencies within the family of the United Nations community, as is the case of La CEPAL, and the government of Mexico, the government of Chile, and the government of Brazil would like to develop some new initiative to continue the reflection on this very important binomial. Thank you very much, and as the members of the committee could read, the draft decision of the document 10A is in page 74 of the English version and the page 79 of the French version. If you don't mind, we have invited several site managers and national focal point that were very, very active, and we thank all of them for their active contribution during the second cycle of the periodic reporting to take the floor and to give to the members of the committee their own vision for the future to come with this second exercise. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Nuria, por este importante informe y por supuesto muy completo. Como latinoamericano, pues por supuesto me felicito de que nuestra región esté avanzando muy positivamente en este sentido. Voy con el permiso de los miembros del comité a otorgarle la palabra a los expertos que han venido de América Latina. 2 minutos a cada uno, me disculpo, pero por supuesto tenemos otros puntos que abordar, así que les doy la palabra, por favor cada uno, teniendo en cuenta el tiempo. Comenzamos con Cuba.
Muchas gracias, agradezco poderme dirigir a este prestigioso comité para abordar un tema que es sumamente interesante, de modo particular para la región del Caribe y por supuesto que para Latinoamérica de modo general. Me refiero a un tema que de algún modo ha sido introducido, que es la importancia que a lo largo del segundo informe, el segundo ciclo de informe periódico de la región, ha tenido los sitios de memoria de la ruta del esclavo, resistencia, libertad y patrimonio, que es el nombre oficial que ha tenido el proyecto en los últimos años. Y para la realización de este proyecto, la comunidad regional ha identificado una serie de acciones que invitaría, next please, slide. Next. Thank you. A una serie de acciones que consideramos que serían vitales para lograr como objetivo fundamental en este proceso que nace a partir de la culminación de este segundo informe, 15 acciones que van basadas en primer lugar en el compromiso de los Estados partes involucrados, la presentación de un proyecto para una nominación en serie transnacional de los sitios de memoria en la región del Caribe, pero con una visión abierta que podría extenderse a otros sitios que también cumplan con él. Por supuesto que ese proyecto incluiría acciones de identificación, o sea, metodologías de trabajo para la validación de los inventarios regionales y posteriormente acciones encaminadas a identificar el valor universal excepcional de los sitios, su integridad, autenticidad, así como las acciones de gestión que serían necesarias en términos nacionales, encaminadas a la protección legal, a lograr planes de manejo adecuados y finalmente un reto que también obviamente para una nominación en serie transnacional es indispensable, que es lograr un sistema de gestión adecuado que permita el monitoreo constante de las acciones que se puedan lograr. Next, please. Estas acciones estarían enmarcadas dentro de un plan de acción para 5 años en los cuales estarían definidas cada una de ellas cómo articularlas y que consideramos que el año 2014, un año significativo porque serían los 20 años del lanzamiento del proyecto de la Ruta del Esclavo y a su vez un aniversario importante de la Revolución Haitiana a la cual ha sido significativo dentro del proyecto de la Ruta del Esclavo, pues en ese marco estamos enmarcando este proyecto de sitios de memoria. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el delegado de México. Quisiera tomar la palabra 2 minutos, por favor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros queremos retomar brevemente ya algunos temas del amplio informe que ha dado Nuria al respecto y hacer hincapié como lo hemos venido haciendo también en el pleno de este comité. Varios puntos que son siempre importantes para la región en cuanto a explotar las vías más idóneas para incrementar el nivel de conciencia sobre la correcta implementación de la Convención y la gestión de los sitios. El reforzar más puntualmente el nivel de cooperación regional, creando para ello redes de trabajo que ya están empezando a dar frutos entre varios países aquí presentes, y la implementación de novedosos enfoques temáticos para cooperación para el rescate y la conservación de nuestra herencia patrimonial. En el camino hubo para la subregión México y Centroamérica 2 reuniones que fueron fundamentales, una sobre turismo, desarrollo sustentable y patrimonio mundial, y la que mencionó justamente Nuria para el Plan de Conservación Internacional de los sitios mayas inscritos en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. De las 2 reuniones hay documentos de trabajo importantes que están además ya subidos a la página de la UNESCO. Un tercer encuentro de expertos se va a llevar a cabo en los próximos meses sobre el manejo y protección de bienes mixtos del patrimonio mundial, acatando con ello el mandato de este comité para la correcta implementación de la Convención. Y en los talleres subregionales de seguimiento del informe hubo, como lo mencionaron ya, mesas de trabajo importantes para temas de conservación y salvaguardia, desde el arte rupestre hasta el patrimonio moderno, pasando por los itinerarios y paisajes culturales, además del patrimonio subacuático. Todas estas categorías están subrepresentadas regionalmente en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Finalmente, la permanente petición de todos los estados partes de la región para una mayor capacitación técnica regional es una demanda continua y creciente de los estados parte, tanto a los organismos asesores como al propio Centro de Patrimonio Mundial. Agradecemos mucho el acompañamiento que hubo por parte de la Unidad para América Latina y el Caribe y de los organismos asesores para declaraciones retrospectivas, para los procesos de aclaración de límites y en general para todo este proceso del informe periódico.
Muchas gracias. La representante de Jamaica tiene la palabra en 2 minutos también. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank the government of Cambodia for your exceptional hospitality and for the World Heritage Center for inviting me here in an expert capacity. I will speak more generally relating to the Insular Caribbean region as opposed to the wider Caribbean. The Insular Caribbean region consists of 3 distinct groups of islands, the Bahamas, the Greater Antilles, and the Lesser Antilles. The periodic reporting exercises that have taken place over the last couple of years have been instrumental in raising awareness on World Heritage matters and in building capacity within respective territories with respect to preparing dossiers for the submission of sites for the World Heritage List. Interestingly, over the years, the issues that have arisen have basically remained the same. 1, defined financial resources, the need for capacity in relation to decision-making with respect to the convention. The UNESCO capacity training programs, of course, have been very instrumental in moving us forward. There is a need for institutional continuity, as well as an understanding of outstanding universal value, significance, authenticity, and integrity. For the Insular Caribbean region, this is particularly important because of the similarities in our culture and our sites. Recommendations that have come forward include an adequate policy and legislative framework, and that came out in Nira's presentation, establishment of a World Heritage Task Force regionally, and that will speak to the institutional framework necessary to put World Heritage on the Caribbean agenda. We note the comments from some of the members of the committee with respect to identifying alternative sources of expertise in the Caribbean region and the use of universities. And we note that the University of the West Indies as a regional institution perhaps could be one such forum. The Slave Road Project, which was also mentioned by Cuba, is one of the items on the agenda. At the last meeting in Chile, the Insular Caribbean region committed itself to leading this process in the region. The process itself has not really accelerated much since last December at that meeting, but the initiatives are ongoing. We also note the issue of the Principle 5 of the Rio Declaration in respect to alleviation of poverty, and we also want to put on the table the notion of the underwater cultural heritage in the region, noting particularly Port Royal in Jamaica, and also the need to focus on natural heritage within the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ahora le doy la palabra al representante de Colombia en 2 minutos, por favor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, yo quisiera hacer un público reconocimiento a los órganos consultivos por el trabajo realizado, al Centro de Patrimonio Mundial, en particular a la Unidad de América Latina y el Caribe, y personalmente a la señora Nuria Sanz por el esfuerzo, por el apoyo, por el interés durante todo este proceso del segundo ciclo del informe periódico. Fue una participación muy activa de todos los países y quisiera recalcar 4 puntos muy cortos y específicos. Uno, tanto el trabajo de ese informe periódico como el plan de acción que hemos pretendido trazar, queremos que sea un plan absolutamente realista, es decir, no muchas acciones pero muy concretas. Segundo, este ciclo de informe periódico también pretende darnos una serie de alineamientos respecto a trabajos concretos en cuanto a grupos temáticos que ya se han expuesto ampliamente por parte de la doctora Nuria Sanz, como son los paisajes culturales, los sitios mixtos, los sitios mayas, la ruta del esclavo, recordando aquí las palabras de John Eliot, el famoso historiador inglés, en el cual más de 20 millones de personas fueron arrastradas en el más horrendo de los viajes que ha emprendido la humanidad hacia el continente americano, y esa presencia también hay que valorizarla y visualizarla. Y por último, también el tema del patrimonio mundial y la pobreza extrema. Asimismo, recalcar el trabajo que se hizo o que se viene haciendo y que tenemos todo el interés en continuar, que es el de las legislaciones. Señalaba la doctora Sanz también hace un momento como varios de los países o han renovado recientemente sus legislaciones, como es el caso de Colombia, o están en proceso de ello, como es el caso de Uruguay. Tuvimos una reunión supremamente interesante en Uruguay donde hubo una serie de acompañamientos en la formulación y los lineamientos de esa legislación patrimonial. Y por último, quisiera hacer referencia a un proyecto que ha sido supremamente emblemático e importante para la región, que es el proyecto de Capañán o Camino Principal Andino. Se trata de un itinerario cultural, como ustedes bien lo saben, que será evaluado muy seguramente en nuestro próximo Comité de Patrimonio Mundial, un proyecto en el que estamos embarcados Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador y Perú, y que ha implicado grandes retos para la región, pero también ha sido un modelo de cooperación, un modelo y un motor de integración supremamente importante. Hasta aquí mis comentarios, señor presidente. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al representante de Colombia y de nuevo doy las gracias a todos los gestores de sitio y expertos que participaron de este informe, de este segundo ciclo del informe periódico liderado por la Unidad de América Latina y el Caribe del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial. Ahora quiero dirigirme a los miembros del comité para escuchar, si fuera el caso, los comentarios a los cuales hubiera lugar, y de no ser así pasaríamos entonces a considerar la adopción de la decisión propuesta. ¿Hay algún comentario? Veo que no es el caso. Veo un observador, así que con el permiso de los miembros del comité doy la palabra a Brasil y después pasamos a la adopción del proyecto de decisión.
Gracias, señor presidente. Bueno, antes de todo, Brasil quisiera felicitar el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial y los órganos asesores por el trabajo bien hecho de presentación de este informe periódico de nuestra región. Como usted sabe, Brasil estuvo muy activo en todo el siglo. Nosotros teníamos 2 reuniones subregionales durante el proceso del siglo del informe periódico, Y para nosotros eso no es el fin de un proceso, pero marca un inicio de una nueva etapa para la gestión de nuestro patrimonio. Para nosotros, señor presidente, como dije, ahora vamos a tener mucho a trabajar. Y quizás en la reunión de diciembre, como el análisis de los cuestionarios no estaba completo, no se tenía quizás una idea muy apropiada sobre algunos puntos que ahora nosotros en nuestra visión necesitan ser aprofundizados. Por ejemplo, los temas de los grupos temáticos. Nosotros sentimos que falta, por ejemplo, que los bienes naturales sean contemplados en los grupos temáticos. Por ejemplo, el tema del cambio climático no está contemplado, el tema de la conectividad de los sitios naturales no está contemplado. Nosotros imaginamos también en términos culturales que los sitios de arquitectura moderna quizás también tendría un lugar interesante en América Latina, los bienes de matriz indígena también. No solamente los mayas, pero todos los sitios indígenas del resto de la región. Señor presidente, con el tema de la ruta del esclavo es interesante que UNESCO empiece a trabajar, a dialogar con los otros sectores de la casa. Y el año pasado Brasil se dio una reunión sobre la ruta del esclavo en la que se creó una red de gestores de sitios de memoria, y esta red puede ser una base para el trabajo de este grupo temático, quizás con una otra terminología. Nosotros tenemos dificultades con ruta del esclavo, pero eso es algo que puede quizás ser trabajado. Pero nosotros sí que queremos felicitar todo el trabajo hecho por el centro, felicitar a Noria Sanz, nuestra jefa de la Unidad de América Latina, y que vamos a seguir engajados en este proceso. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al delegado de Brasil. Tengo en mi lista de oradores a Venezuela y Barbados, y por último daré la palabra a los órganos asesores que quieren, Argentina también, y por último a los órganos asesores para que presenten una última clarificación. Entonces, Venezuela tiene la palabra en 2 minutos, señora, por favor. Muchas gracias, embajador.
Gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, quisiéramos felicitar a la señora Noria Sanz por los 8 años de trabajo intenso, arduo, y todo el apoyo que supo prestarle a los países de América Latina y el Caribe, con su amplia experticia en la materia y sobre todo con ese gran amor con que ella sabía atender nuestras peticiones. Ella se va pronto, lo sabemos, y le deseamos muchísimos éxitos en sus nuevas funciones. Creemos y queremos que siga muy cerca de nosotros para que pueda seguirnos ayudando en ese gran proyecto del Capañac, que lleva a 6 países de América Latina, así como en ese hermoso proyecto de la ruta del esclavo. A mí tampoco me gusta ese término, como lo dice el amigo de Brasil, me gusta más hablar de la diáspora, de la identidad, de la memoria, esos sitios que tenemos que resguardar. Como decía el delegado de Colombia, fueron millones de millones de millones que fueron trasplantados de África hacia América, y de allí ese mestizaje cultural tan rico que tenemos. A través de ese programa llamado la Ruta del Esclavo, pero que pudiéramos decir la identidad, memoria, la diáspora, tenemos que darle todo el apoyo, y como decía el delegado de Brasil, que todos los sectores se unan para que cada vez sea más fuerte y podamos hacer de esa variante de nuestra identidad cultural algo sumamente importante, donde la historia del África es sumamente importante en ese desarrollo. Gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias a usted, señora embajadora, por sus importantes comentarios. Ahora le doy la palabra a Barbados y el último orador será Argentina. Barbados tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to address this quite important development in the process of implementation of the Convention within the Latin American and the Caribbean sub-region. And I do wish to congratulate the members of the team that put this together, and indeed it demonstrates the importance of continuous contact and ongoing communication within the region that makes it possible to develop such results. Having said that, and given the limitations of time, I do have some observations that I'd like to draw to attention. I would like to have seen the results of some evaluation based on the implementation of the Caribbean Action Plan, and I believe the Latin America Action Plan also would be useful to have as another level of information that shows how we have progressed from 2004, 2005, and to date. I'd like to see that as an end product and as a launch pad also then for the next round of action planning. Important as the results of this periodic report have been, I do agree with my Brazilian colleague that I would like to have seen a better balance in terms of the natural sites as well as the cultural sites. The natural phenomenon have not generated as much recognition amongst our scientific community as they should. And the determination to move forward on that basis does require specific input from the region and a determination to be more inclusive of that aspect of our heritage. It's fundamentally important in terms of small island developing states to see that nexus between culture and natural heritage, so I'd like to see that represented. SIDS has not played a role in the report that I've seen so far, and I'd like to ensure that we do see it in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your remarks. El último orador en mi lista es Argentina. Tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Yo quería también sumarme al agradecimiento a la jefa de América Latina, la señora Nuria Sanz, por este informe tan completo y felicitarla también por su trabajo durante todos estos años. Fundamentalmente, me parece que este informe periódico representa la interacción de nuestros países respecto de la correcta implementación de la Convención y además su interacción con los órganos asesores y el Centro de Patrimonio, que ha sido realmente muy fructífero. Yo quisiera comentar que, por supuesto, para nuestra región, que se caracteriza por su legado de culturas milenarias, quisiéramos destacar especialmente el trabajo que hemos realizado de Capacñán, que ha sido un esfuerzo realmente de muchísimos años y que es realmente el símbolo de la interacción y de la integración de nuestras culturas. Están 6 países en dicha serie, lo hemos comentado y realmente ha sido una muy importante actividad de la región. Quisiera, por supuesto, también sumarme a las palabras del experto de Cuba, porque me parece que el tema de los sitios de la memoria es algo que realmente nos debíamos y espero que se le dé el mayor, digamos, empuje a esta temática. Además, quisiera destacar que para mi país el rol de la cultura es un instrumento fundamental y un vector de inclusión social. Deseo nuevamente felicitarlos por su trabajo y por este magnífico informe. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a usted. Y por último, entonces, le doy la palabra muy brevemente a los representantes de los órganos asesores. Tienen la palabra. ICOMOS.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to be able to give a longer intervention, but I will adjust as requested. And with my apologies to the French, English, and Portuguese-speaking people of the region, I will speak in Spanish. La estrategia global ha enfatizado la importancia de contar con una lista equilibrada y representativa de patrimonio mundial, como una clave para la credibilidad de la Convención. La estrategia global es también un llamado a la creación y fortalecimiento de capacidades que rebasen consideraciones técnicas y busquen las formas de transmisión de conocimiento ancestral, del saber hacer y de la integración de mecanismos innovadores para la gestión y conservación. América Latina y el Caribe ha avanzado en la identificación de posibles propiedades, en la preparación de listas tentativas y en nominaciones, pero todavía nos queda un camino importante por andar. El proceso de elaboración del informe periódico nos da una perspectiva de las tendencias y desafíos que enfrentamos para la conservación y protección de los bienes patrimonio mundial. La capacidad de respuesta sigue siendo un reto para los países de la región y está limitada en gran parte por la limitación de recursos, por la falta de personal capacitado y por las presiones que enfrentamos en prioridades políticas, entre otros aspectos. La comunidad de patrimonio mundial en América Latina puede contribuir de manera efectiva en estos procesos, dando ejemplos tangibles donde la conservación y gestión de bienes inscritos contribuyan de manera específica al desarrollo sostenible y donde incorporemos consideraciones culturales, sociales y ambientales. La participación y la inclusión social son ejes esenciales de las nuevas tendencias. El informe periódico evidencia un mayor rango de actores involucrados en las tareas de patrimonio, un mayor número de sitios con esquemas de cogestión y una mayor consideración a las necesidades e intereses de las comunidades y grupos indígenas vinculados a sitios patrimonio mundial. El informe también marca retos enfrentados en descentralización y desconcentración. Casos como el Camino Real de México, el paisaje cafetalero de Colombia, Río de Janeiro y Humberstone nos ilustran las lecciones aprendidas en estos procesos. Hay avances importantes, pero es necesario continuar explorando estrategias operativas y mecanismos para optimizar la ejecución. El desarrollo de un plan de acción para América Latina y el Caribe será un punto de partida esencial para la definición de marcos de actuación regionales que nos permitan incrementar sinergias y fomentar una mayor articulación para la ejecución de acciones prioritarias y estratégicas. Los órganos consultivos queremos reiterar nuestro interés y disponibilidad para participar efectivamente en la formulación del plan de acción y en la definición de programas asociados como la creación de la estrategia de capacidad. Esperamos que la colaboración y el trabajo estratégico nos permitan llegar a un momento donde a través de la inversión sostenida en la creación de capacidades, en compartir conocimiento y saber hacer, podamos caminar convincentemente hacia los objetivos de la Convención. Como región queremos alcanzar condiciones donde la conservación y protección del patrimonio mundial contribuyan al desarrollo sostenible, donde estos bienes sean la vía para mejorar las condiciones y calidad de vida y donde continuemos trabajando en la construcción de un mundo más justo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a la representante de ICOMOS. Muchas gracias. ICOMOS habló en nombre de los órganos asesores. Y la representante de la Secretaría, señora Nuria Sáenz, nos quería hacer un comentario para responder a Barbados, justamente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. According to what has been said, considering why there are not a specific presence of a more developed presence of natural sites within my presentation on the thematic group, I would like to invite you all tomorrow with a special site event in company of the three advisory bodies. We have received some days ago a very complete and comprehensive document from IUCN in which there are very clearly stated some of the important thematic issues to improve cooperation for the years to come. This document will be presented tomorrow. I think it's a very good strategy and a background document to develop whatever is going to happen in this region concerning natural protected areas. And as I repeat, that could be presented tomorrow in the site event that will start at 12:30 in a very closed room in here. I would like to thank the three advisory bodies, first of all, for their very open-minded attitude and the important challenge to finalize in a very limited time all the declarations, retrospective declaration of OUB. It has been important, all the support received for more than 4 years of very, very close collaboration. I would like to thank ICROM as well, because the 2 or 3 very important initiatives took place in the recently created and set up Center Category 2 in the region. So you will have the opportunity to enjoy, to discuss, and to identify what's going to happen in the calendar of activities to finalize the action plan of LAC in the site event tomorrow here at lunchtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Sanz, for this presentation, and I think we have already listened to the very important remarks from the representative of Latin American countries. So now we're going to proceed to the adoption of the draft resolution. I give the floor to the rapporteur in order to read it out. Please, Madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous prie de mettre la proposition de décision sur l'écran. On a reçu un amendement de la Colombie. Donc, jusqu'au paragraphe 8, on est dans le texte tel qui a été proposé. Dans le paragraphe 8, la Colombie a proposé de biffer la deuxième partie du paragraphe et de faire un nouveau paragraphe 9 qui a pris le paragraphe biffé, en fait. On a gardé la continuation du paragraphe 8 là où il a été coupé. Je voudrais vous poser une question. Il a semblé un peu étrange pour moi et il fallait le préciser, je pense, demande au Comité du patrimoine mondial de développer le plan d'action. Comment est-ce que le comité pourrait, et qui dans le comité pourrait développer un plan d'action? Si vous voulez vous exprimer sur ce sujet, moi je trouve ça un peu pas clair. Et aussi, à la fin, je ne sais pas si vous avez mis les centres catégorie 2 relatifs au patrimoine mondial. Voilà, parce que ce n'était pas clair quel centre de catégorie 2, parce qu'on a des centres de catégorie 2 qui ne sont pas dans la culture, ni au patrimoine mondial. Donc, je voudrais avoir des commentaires, Monsieur le Président, parce que je pense qu'il n'y ait pas lieu de s'adresser au comité de développer un plan. Si on peut avoir des précisions de la part de Colombie, ou bien d'un autre État parti, j'aimerais bien qu'on le fasse tout de suite, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Donc maintenant, et pour les clarifications, je donne la parole au représentant de la Colombie qui est juste à côté de moi. Donc vous avez la parole, Monsieur.
Gracias, señor presidente. Pues realmente no debería ser al comité. Efectivamente, reconocemos allí un error que resalta la señora relatora. Sería algo que haríamos entre los países con el acompañamiento del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial. Y por supuesto los organismos consultivos.
Y los dos centros son los que están en la región.
Muchas gracias. Entonces tomamos nota, por favor, en la relatoría de esta explicación y entonces procedemos a modificar el texto.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, on a pris en considération ça. On va mettre aux États partis, si vous voulez, de la région, ok, de développer le plan d'action susmentionné en collaboration. On a déjà à la collaboration avec les points focaux et les gestionnaires du site et les organisations consultatives. Donc, il faut ajouter un « et ». Ou bien, non, il ne faut pas. Les organisations consultatives, les centres de catégorie 2 de la région relative au patrimoine mondial, ainsi que d'autres partenaires. Point virgule. Ensuite, nouveau paragraphe 10, on n'a pas de changement. Vous avez bien pris note, merci. Paragraphe 10, on n'a pas de changement. Paragraphe 11, on n'a pas de changement. Paragraphe 12, on n'a pas de changement. Paragraphe 13. Voilà, ok, merci. Moi, je pense qu'il vaut mieux dire pas vers le développement du plan d'action. J'aimerais bien l'aide de la délégation française, mais afin de développer le plan d'action. Donc, je ne sais pas si on peut aller vers le développement du plan d'action. Est-ce que c'est bon ou pas? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Moi, je mettrais afin de développer. C'est pas grave, on ne doit pas perdre du temps, on va trouver une solution. La France? Vous pouvez...
Ça va avec... on peut continuer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous cherchons une formule plus élégante que nous communiquerons dès que nous l'avons trouvée au secrétariat.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Merci, tout à fait. Merci beaucoup. I just wanted to point it out that maybe in paragraph 9, maybe in order to clarify, we need to put to add as well the World Heritage Center, just in order to put it clear, and the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. On the first line.
C'est noté. Merci, Monsieur le Président. On peut continuer?
S'il vous plaît.
Donc, on garde vers le développement et on passe au paragraphe 14. Donc, il y a un petit changement, si vous voulez, je peux lire. Donc, encourage également le centre catégorie 2 de l'UNESCO de Zacatecas, Mexique, pour le patrimoine mondial, et le centre catégorie 2 de l'UNESCO Lucio Costa de Rio de Janeiro, Brésil, pour la gestion du patrimoine, si nécessaire, à coordonner leurs activités ainsi que le développement d'outils d'apprentissage en portugais et en espagnol pour la mise en place de la stratégie de renforcement des capacités et des programmes associés. Accueille aussi favorablement l'établissement d'un observatoire de la gestion du patrimoine au Brésil et lance un appel pour une coopération rapprochée avec le programme de renforcement des capacités dans les Caraïbes. On continue. Le 15, s'il vous plaît, on n'a pas de changement. Nouveau 16, je vous le lis. Lance également un appel aux États parties pour coopérer en matière de ressources techniques et financières au niveau national pour développer et mettre en œuvre le plan d'action et au Centre du patrimoine mondial et aux organisations consultatives pour soutenir sa mise en œuvre. Donc, il ne faut pas mettre deux fois « et ». Ça, on va rectifier. À la fin du paragraphe a été proposé d'être... Bon, on a proposé de le supprimer. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, vous pouvez procéder à l'adoption de la décision s'il n'y a plus de commentaires. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam. I recognize one observer who wants to take the floor, but I would just like to know if maybe their concerns are already contained in the text as amended. So I'm going to give you the floor very briefly, just in order to explain exactly where is the point that you want to raise. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's actually a question back on paragraph 9. If we could roll up, it's not altogether clear for us how is this, what it would be the framework that the state parties would develop this work plan, this action plan, because what's written currently in paragraph 9 is request the state's parties to develop the above-mentioned action plan. Perhaps it should be, I don't know, the center to develop this action plan in close coordination with the advisory bodies and state parties and focal points. I don't see how the state parties would have a framework to develop this plan. This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last speaker that I can see is Barbados. So, Madam, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to paragraph 8, the deletion proposed by Colombia is fine. I appreciate it, generally speaking, but I would prefer to have a reference to the thematic priorities retained within the paragraph. Perhaps it could be adopted to develop the action plan as well as the thematic priorities, and to just maintain that phrase. And then within the paragraph 9, I would suggest it might be more feasible to reverse the order of the wording Kajpitu centers related to World Heritage in the region rather than what we have now. Thank you, Chair.
It's okay, it's noted, and the rapporteur is taking good note of this. And Peru, I can see that Peru wants to take the first, so please, Mr. Ambassador, very briefly. Thank you.
De manera muy sencilla y de forma muy corta. Cualquier redacción que vaya en el párrafo 9 debería recoger lo ya expresado por Colombia, de que son los Estados miembros de la región los responsables de elaborar el plan. Gracias, presidente.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador. Entonces, tomando en cuenta estos comentarios, creo que entonces podemos pasar al proyecto de decisión. Mali tiene la palabra.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est juste au paragraphe 16, une question de style. Paragraphe 16. Paragraphe 16. Voilà, on dit pour développer et mettre en œuvre. Pour la mise en œuvre, bien pour mettre en œuvre, on n'a pas besoin de mettre développer. Pour mettre en œuvre, tout simplement. Voilà, merci.
Merci, monsieur. Très bien. Okay, so having in mind these amendments and comments, we are going to reflect it in the draft resolution. So now we can pass to the adoption of this document. So may I consider that the decision 37-10A is then adopted. Dear colleagues, we will now are going to move to the next item in our agenda. We will now listen to the presentation of the progress report on the periodic reporting exercise for Europe and North America. You have in front of you document WHC 1337-10B. I would like to give very briefly the floor to Mrs. Petya Tocharova from the World Heritage Center, who will introduce this item. So, Madam, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And first of all, I must say that I would have been very pleased if I was in the place of Ms. Nuria Sanz, my colleague in charge of Latin America, who is presenting a final report. This is, however, not the case for the region of Europe and North America. And I'm only presenting a progress report on the implementation of the second cycle of the periodic reporting exercise. And the region, unlike other regions, has been divided into two groups due to the great number of countries and sites, World Heritage properties. So we actually, at this very moment, are exactly in the middle of the process. One group of countries, which can be called the Group A countries, including North America, Western Europe, the Nordic and the Baltic countries, have already started the second cycle, the completion of the questionnaires, and the second group, which includes Mediterranean Europe and the countries in Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, will start the periodic reporting exercise later this year. I believe that the document, the progress report, which we have presented in the document 10B, covers comprehensively the activities which have taken place, the steps that have been taken, and outlines clearly the future as far as the preparation and follow-up is concerned. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have on specific points which are covered in the report, or other points concerning the periodic reporting exercise in the region. But I would like specifically to convey our gratitude to the countries that have engaged themselves more closely with the periodic reporting process and have organized meetings to prepare the second cycle, or will organize in the forthcoming months. Germany and Georgia among the countries, the two countries that organized meetings for two sub-regions in Europe last year, and this year in September and October, periodic reporting meetings will be organized by Italy in Florence in September, and by Azerbaijan in Baku in the end of October. Meanwhile, while the preparation is ongoing for one part of the states parties of the region, the first group would have completed the exercise, I mean the submission of questionnaires, in the end of July, and we are planning to hold mid-cycle review meeting after the General Assembly in November in Paris, and we have planned the meeting for the 22nd of November. Now, I have touched upon the main organizational elements, if I may say so, and I suppose there are issues which will be also addressed by the advisory bodies. I just wanted to raise two more points, or which we have reflected in the document. One of them concerns an initiative which has been taken up by the World Heritage Center and the states parties from Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, further to the outcomes of the first cycle. This has already been mentioned by ICROM in the presentation of the capacity building strategy agenda item a couple of days ago. And currently the states parties are developing, have produced a blueprint of a capacity building strategy of the sub-region, and this can be considered as a work in progress, which will be discussed at the next periodic reporting meeting in Baku. Let me remind to all of you as well that the Europe and North America unit has developed a platform for the periodic reporting exercise, which contains exhaustive information, video tutorials, and has been and hopefully will be very helpful also for the second group of countries, which is starting the exercise in the beginning of September. Let me also remind you that a handbook for site managers has also been produced. Before I finish, Mr. Chairperson, I would just like to raise one point. We do believe that the periodic reporting exercise is and should be a state party driven process, and we are very thankful for the attitude, for the active involvement of the states parties in the region in this exercise, and we would like to encourage all of them, in addition to the general reflection which the countries in the region will have on the outcomes of the periodic reporting and the future action plan, to benefit from, to make use of the data which would have been provided in order to look at the issues which concern their specific state party, the sites, natural and cultural, in their countries. And therefore, the World Heritage Center would be ready to provide the necessary data very shortly after the submission of the questionnaire. I believe that in the months of end of August, September, we shall be able to provide all of you with data and statistics to help you further reflect on the issues that concern you as states parties. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Tacharova, for your important and very complete report. Now I give the floor to the committee members if there is any comment on this item. If not the case, may I assume that we can proceed for the adoption of the decision? Okay, you're right, Madam. So I have to give the floor first to the advisory bodies on this item. So please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. IUCN and ICROM recognize the periodic reporting process for Europe and North America as an important tool for understanding the state of conservation of World Heritage sites and the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. We further note its relevance for understanding gaps and needs, as well as opportunities stemming from World Heritage processes. The advisory bodies would like to acknowledge the work of the state parties on submitting periodic reports in a timely manner, as well as the role of the World Heritage Center in the preparation of the second cycle of the periodic reporting exercise for Europe and North America. A generous support to the government of Germany, to a meeting of the national focal points of Nordic, Baltic, Western and Mediterranean Europe and German site managers, as well as the support of the government of Georgia to a workshop for national focal points from Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe is highly appreciated. We would also like to commend the World Heritage Center for its coordinating role in the preparation of the blueprint for capacity building strategy for Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, an important process that builds upon the results of the first cycle of periodic reporting for Europe and North America. ICROM and IUCN look forward to providing further support to the state parties on capacity building processes with a view to achieving progress on the implementation of the identified priorities at the regional and national level. We welcome future endeavors and interaction between the states parties, World Heritage Center and advisory bodies that will lead to a better understanding of the state of the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and contribute to a more representative, balanced and credible World Heritage list. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. Now, if there are no further comments on this item, then we can proceed for the, sorry. Of course, we are
excuse me, Mr. Chairperson, ICOMOS has further comments, yeah?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Please, the representative of ICOMOS, I'm so sorry. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As is pointed out in this report, the region of Europe and North America is at a disadvantage in relation to other regions in terms of the resources available for this process, as it has less access to supportive extra budgetary assistance. This region is one of the largest in terms of the number of individual properties. It faces similar problems to others in terms of the need for capacity building to implement what was agreed at the first round of periodic reporting, in terms of potential threats, and in terms of the need to benefit substantially from this round. If we consider the outputs from the periodic reporting process in other regions, the final reports have been notable for the way they've been able to portray an overall regional view that has emerged and to catalyse a shared understanding of the challenges and opportunities that are faced. This was particularly notable in the conclusions of the Arab states and Africa regions, and in ICOMOS's view, these types of reports are extremely positive and beneficial. ICOMOS is concerned that perhaps the financial constraint could be limiting the possibility of the Europe and North America region to articulate and garner the benefits of such a coordinated approach as a result of a meaningful dialogue between focal points and between property managers. ICOMOS would like to highlight these issues in the hope that there may be possible ways for assistance to support such a meaningful process to emerge. ICOMOS would like to offer any help that it could be able to provide in contribution to this process and the overall period reporting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. I think all the advisory bodies had already expressed their comments, which of course they are more than valuable for this item. So now I think we can proceed for the adoption of this decision, and so there is no amendment, and then I assume that decision 37-10B is then adopted. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We will now deal with the follow-up of the second cycle of the periodic reporting exercise for the other regions. The relevant document is document WHC 1337-10C, which you have in front of you. We will hear 3 reports on the follow-up activities in 3 different regions, which are Asia and the Pacific, Section 1, Africa, Section 2, and the Arab States, Section 3. Consequently, 3 separate decisions will have to be examined. I would like first of all give the floor to Mr. Jing from the World Heritage Center, who will present what concerns the Asia and the Pacific region. So please, sir, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear committee members, a brief summary was provided in the working document. The committee may recall that in July last year, the committee examined the final report of the second cycle of periodical reporting for Asia and the Pacific region, and also adopted the provisional action plan for Asia and the Pacific. As an ongoing process, a group of 55 final statement of OUVs has just been reviewed and adopted by the committee this morning under item 8E. In parallel, the retrospective inventory on cartographic information of properties inscribed on the World Heritage List in the region continues to be reviewed by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. Since last reporting to the committee, some specific efforts have been made to assist state parties in the region, such as Bhutan, Myanmar, Maldives, Mongolia, Pakistan, Palau, and the Philippines, and countries in Central Asia to update their national tentative list or preparing World Heritage nominations. For instance, following the visit of the Director General of UNESCO and the Director of the World Heritage Center to Myanmar in August last year, the center mobilized together with UNESCO field offices in Bangkok and Yangon, capacity building and technical assistance activities from Italian Funding Trust, Japan Funding Trust, Swiss Funding, Norwegian World Heritage Fund to support Myanmar authorities who require active assistance to be integrated in the World Heritage family. Meanwhile, as mentioned this morning, there are also other projects to support the upstream pilot project in the region. Next slide. As immediate result of the second cycle of periodical reporting and thanks to the financial support provided by the Government of Australia, a World Heritage paper numbered 34 entitled World Heritage in the Sea of Islands, the Pacific 2009 program was produced by the World Heritage Center in cooperation with the UNESCO APIA. In order to make the most use of the national reports provided by the Asia-Pacific state parties and to develop regional strategies and programs for future, the government of Japan, through its funding trust cooperation with UNESCO, has provided support for the production of a World Heritage Paper number 35 entitled Understanding World Heritage in Asia and the Pacific, the second cycle of periodic reporting 2010-2012. The English version has been produced and distributed to the regional partners and also presented at the closing event for the celebration of the 40 years anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, which took place in Kyoto, Japan last year. Some 1,500 copies were also distributed to the regional partners. A Russian version is now at the final stage for production to be provided to countries in Central Asia. In addition, training workshops were organized to address the priority actions identified by the state parties in the region. For instance, a sub-regional workshop was organized in Bali, Indonesia, to assist the countries to prepare nomination dossiers and the management plans for World Heritage processes, thanks to the contribution provided by the government of Indonesia. Similarly, this was also provided support to other ASEAN countries. Other regional training activities will be organized in China or Iran, who offered support to follow-up activities for the periodical reporting. Also, training workshops were organized by the World Heritage Training and Research Institute for Asia and the Pacific, WHAP, a Category 2 center in the region, who will also organize the training activities on the application of historical urban landscape and heritage impact assessment process in the second half of 2012. In line with Decision 36-10A, WHAP also took the lead in developing the regional capacity building strategy and associated programs for Asia and the Pacific. Based on the results of a questionnaire collected information from countries in the region, WHAP is now drafting the capacity building document, which will shortly be distributed to national focal points and other partners in the region. With regard to community involvement, with fund support from Korean Founding Trust, we organized one international symposium on the involvement of local communities for heritage management in Asia, and the outcome were also presented to the 40 years anniversary event. Meanwhile, a framework agreement was signed between UNESCO and the government of Republic of Korea in June 2012 to follow up on the international symposium and to provide some pilot projects for community involvement in World Heritage Management. Regarding the Pacific region, the revised Pacific World Heritage Action Plan was under implementation, and thanks to the Australian Founding Trust, apart from the publication just mentioned earlier, also the operation of Pacific Heritage Hub is well advanced. The Secretariat of the Pacific Heritage Hub has been established at the University of South Pacific in Suva, Fiji. After preparing the working document, the World Heritage Center has been informed by the Australian authorities that further funding, some 158,000, will be provided to UNESCO, the World Heritage Center, and APIA office to ensure close follow-up of the second cycle in the Pacific region, particularly to implement the action plan. Some specific activities will be implemented in the region. Mr. Chairman, dear committee members, in the current budget constraint facing UNESCO and the World Heritage Fund, we would hope that more extra budgetary funding through many innovative approaches, either voluntary contribution or funds in trust arrangements, could be mobilized to complement the World Heritage Fund, particularly from the Asia-Pacific region, to support the implementation of the follow-up actions of periodical reporting. The drafted decision is available in the working document. Mr. Chair, I think ICROM will provide further comments on behalf of the advisory body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Now I give the floor to ICROM as requested. You have the floor.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Actually, we had prepared an intervention on behalf of all three advisory bodies, but at the end of all three of the regional reports, to save time.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So now I addressed to the committee members in the case that there are comments on this item. I see Malaysia. So, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia welcomes the second cycle of periodic report for the Asia and the Pacific and endorses the report of the World Heritage Center Asia Pacific. Malaysia appreciates the contribution of the government of Japan for the closing event of the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention in Kyoto last year. Malaysia also appreciates the contribution of the government of Australia for the publication of World Heritage in a Sea of Island Pacific 2009 program, and the government of Indonesia for organizing a sub-regional workshop for the preparation of nomination dossier last year. Malaysia would like to thank ACROM and WITRAP for supporting the activities which of course strengthen the capacity building in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. So, having listened to the representative of Malaysia, I think we can proceed to adopt the first decision, which is 37.10C1, included in section 1. So if there is no comments, may I assume this decision is adopted? Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Elundu from the World Heritage Center, who will present to us the follow-up activities concerning the Africa region. So please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As you all know, the Regional Action Plan for 2012-2017, developed by the African state parties within the framework of the second cycle of periodic reporting, was endorsed by the World Heritage Committee last year at its 36th session. A comprehensive yearly program document for the African Nature Program has now been developed and can be found as a link document in the UNESCO World Heritage Center website. It is currently being reviewed by the partners of the program, but also its steering committee, which is made of African experts, and some of them are here in this room. Also, in the framework of the African Nature Program, 2 risk preparedness training workshops were carried out in partnership with IUCN and the African World Heritage Fund. This workshop were carried out for Francophone natural heritage sites managers at Djoudj National Bird Sanctuary in Senegal in November 2012, and also for the Anglophone natural heritage site managers in Drakensberg in South Africa in May 2013. Mr. Chair, the workshop were financed thanks to the funding from the government of Flanders in Belgium and Spain. This work, of course, is being conducted taking into account the orientations given in the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, as well as the training needs identified in the periodic reporting results. Also, a workshop on climate change program took place in Nairobi, Kenya in February 2013 with funding from UNDP's Small Grant Program. As requested in the decision 36-10D taken at the 36th session, state parties have now started submitting their national plans, taking into account the action plan. In particular, I would want to acknowledge the national plans we received from Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Botswana, and we know that other state parties are currently working and finalizing their national plans, which they will submit to us in the coming weeks. As part of the implementation program of the second cycle of periodic reporting, a 3-year project titled Implementation Program of Second Periodic Report in Africa, financed by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the African World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Center, and the Nordic World Heritage Foundation is also taking place, and there were 2 risk preparedness training workshops carried out for cultural World Heritage Site managers and also local communities representative from Francophone and Anglophone World Heritage Sites. And these 2 workshops for cultural sites were carried out at the Royal Palaces of Abomey in Benin in March 2013 and at the Great Zimbabwe National Monument in Zimbabwe in May 2013. Also, Mr. Chair, allow me to inform the distinguished members of the committee that a high-level conference on the theme of living with World Heritage in Africa was held in South Africa in September 2012 for the 40th anniversary of the convention. Over 300 delegates, including more than 15 African ministers of culture, tourism, environment, and home affairs, as well as representatives from the African Union, and many, many experts in cultural and natural heritage from all over the world participated in this conference. This conference, Mr. Chair, provided a platform to discuss experiences with World Heritage, the role that the local communities play, the challenges and opportunities in achieving sustainable development while trying to protect and conserve natural and cultural World Heritage properties in Africa. The conclusion and the recommendation from this conference, Mr. Chair, provided the basis for a second African position paper on World Heritage, which the region state parties intend to propose for adoption by the African Union and the World Heritage Committee. Let me also recall that the extensive work that is being conducted to safeguard the Mali heritage since 9 months, it's done with the contribution of many African state parties of the region, the African World Heritage Fund, and also the advisory bodies. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like to inform the distinguished members of the committee of the publication entitled African World Heritage, A Remarkable Diversity. This publication was launched and presented in November 2012 during the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention in Japan, thanks to the generous financial support from the government of Switzerland. This publication, Mr. Chair, was an attempt to promote the 86 World Heritage properties in Africa inscribed on the World Heritage List and provide detailed presentations. And this publication was, of course, Mr. Chair, requested by the African state parties. The draft decision 37Com 10C.2 can be found on page 5 of document 10C. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elundu, for your presentation. And now I would like to turn to the committee members if there are further comments on this. If not, we can proceed to adopt this second draft decision 37Com 10C.2 included in section 2, part B of document 10C you have in front of you. And so this decision is adopted. Thank you. And finally, dear colleagues, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Douche from the World Heritage Center, who will present to us what concerns the Arab States region. So please, Madam, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais donc continuer, conclure ce que mes collègues ont dit précédemment, donc maintenant pour la région arabe. Comme vous le savez, les États arabes avaient été les premiers à compléter le deuxième cycle des rapports périodiques selon le nouveau format. À la 34e session du Comité en 2010, vous aviez accueilli favorablement le rapport et fait de même en 2011 lors de la présentation du programme régional élaboré par les États parties de la région. Depuis, le travail du secrétariat a notamment consisté à renforcer le réseau des points focaux qui avaient été établis à l'occasion de l'exercice des rapports périodiques et en particulier d'y adjoindre des points focaux pour le patrimoine naturel. Comme vous le savez, le manque de sites naturels est une des grandes lacunes dans la région qui avait été soulignée par le rapport périodique. Une première réunion exclusivement consacrée au programme régional pour le patrimoine naturel s'est tenue à Amman, en Jordanie, en décembre 2011. Je tiens particulièrement à souligner ici l'exceptionnelle coopération entre le Centre du patrimoine mondial et le Centre régional arabe pour le patrimoine mondial de Bahreïn, qui a entamé ses activités en avril 2012. Sans le soutien du Centre régional de Bahreïn, aucune activité n'aurait pu être menée tous ces derniers mois pour la mise en œuvre du programme régional. Parmi ces activités, je citerai l'atelier de formation d'experts de la région, destiné à devenir des personnes ressources dans le domaine de la Convention pour les pays de la région, répondant ainsi au souhait de l'Algérie qui avait été mentionné ce matin. Cela permet notamment de renforcer le travail similaire qui a été entrepris depuis quelques années par les organisations consultatives. Certaines de ces personnes ressources sont d'ores et déjà impliquées maintenant dans la préparation de dossiers de proposition d'inscription pour certains pays de la région. Une réunion régionale des points focaux, aussi bien du patrimoine naturel que culturel, s'est tenue en décembre 2012 à Bahreïn, et il est espéré que cette réunion aura lieu tous les ans afin de renforcer les liens et les échanges entre les différents points focaux de la région. Par ailleurs, le Centre du patrimoine mondial, toujours avec le soutien du Centre de Bahreïn, a lancé une initiative visant à protéger le patrimoine moderne du monde arabe. 2 réunions d'experts se sont déjà tenues, la dernière en mai 2013 à Rabat. Une 3e aura lieu d'ici la fin de l'année. Dans le cadre de l'application de la recommandation de l'UNESCO sur les paysages urbains historiques, une réunion régionale se tiendra également au Maroc à l'automne. Par la suite, l'accent sera également mis sur les paysages culturels et le rôle des communautés dans la préservation des biens. Vous trouverez le projet de décision, page 7 du document 37 comme 10C en français et page 6 du document en anglais. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour votre présentation. Donc, je m'adresse maintenant à nouveau aux membres du comité, si c'est le cas. Y a-t-il des commentaires? Si ce n'est pas le cas, donc on peut considérer que la décision 37 comme 10C3. Ah, okay, the ICRAM. ICRAM, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the confusion before, but in order to save time, we thought the advisory bodies would join all 3 of these comments together into one so that we didn't have to take the floor so many times. I make this statement on behalf of ICRAM, IUCN, and ICOMOS. The advisory bodies note the progress made in all 3 regions in regard to the implementation of the results of the 2nd cycle of periodic reporting. We further call attention to the fact that the periodic reporting exercise is an important networking tool which has improved the implementation of the World Heritage Convention on the ground. We fully participated in the development of the periodic reports for each of these regions and now in the follow-up ongoing in each of those regions. In Asia and the Pacific, we note particularly the results of the Pacific 2009 program and the nomination workshop that took place in Bali, and we really would like to reiterate the importance of the development of a regional capacity building strategy currently being undertaken by WITRAP, the Category 2 Center in China, and call on states parties to collaborate with WITRAP on the development of that strategy. In Africa, we commend the work of the World Heritage Center, in particular for African nature, and also the work of the Africa World Heritage Fund, the regional and national institutions such as CHEDA, EPA, and the universities. And we urge the states parties to support all of those institutions as much as possible. And finally, in the Arab states region, we again acknowledge the ongoing work of the World Heritage Center and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage, the Category 2 Center located in Bahrain. And we note that we are very much involved with that center and commend that center for the work that it has been carrying out. We also call attention to the fact that the advisory bodies have additional activities going on in that region region, such as the Tabea program of IUCN, the Athar program from ICRAM, and for ICOMOS, the work of their national committees and scientific committees in that region. In all three of the regions covered in this report, the advisory bodies and their extensive networks in each of the regions pledge to continue to work closely with states parties, with the World Heritage Center, with the Category 2 centers, and with other interested institutions in follow-up activities. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir, and all the advisory bodies for those comments. So now we can proceed for the adoption of Decision 37-10C.3 included in Section 3, Part B of Document 10C you have in front of you. If there are no more comments on this item, and then we can assume that this decision is adopted. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, now we move to our next item in the agenda, which is the examination of a document revision of the rules of procedure. Please consider a document WHC 1337-11. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Rosler, Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center, to introduce this item. So, Madam Rosler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So document 11 is in front of you, and you may recall that the General Assembly at its 18th session in 2011 established an open-ended working group following the auditor's report. This open-ended working group met first in May 2012 at UNESCO with Mr. David Hamatsiripi from Zimbabwe and as chairperson, and Mrs. Vera Laceuille as vice chairperson, and Mrs. Christine Dubois as rapporteur. The second meeting took place in February 2013 on the PAC part, and you reviewed this earlier this week. The 36th session of the World Heritage Committee took note of the implementation plan concerning the global strategy part and took decision 36-9A concerning a number of recommendations on the revisions to the rules of procedures. You have the proposals concerning the revision of the rules of procedure of the World Heritage Committee based on these recommendations by the open-ended working group, which mainly deal with issues related to conflict of interest. In addition to this, I would like to point out that we have been approached by members of the open-ended working group concerning an issue which you discussed earlier already last year. If you remember, Mrs. Vera Laceuille provided an oral report to you last year from which I quote, "The committee is also asked to address any potential conflicts of interest of its members and to strengthen decision 35-12B with regard to the interdiction of a state party to present a nomination during its mandate, confirming a transitional period on a voluntary basis for the state parties presently members of the committee." Members of the group approached the Center and noted that this was not taken up in the present document. In this regard, I would like to inform you that with respect to the question regarding the postponement of the examination of nominations presented by members of the committee, the open-ended working group did not explicitly suggest a modification to the rules of procedure, but merely proposed that the committee refine decision 35-12B, confirming a transitional period on a voluntary basis for state parties presently members of the committee, and after this period, postpone the examination of nominations presented by members of the committee during their mandate, with the exception of referred back and transboundary nominations. The open-ended working group recommended that the rules of procedure of the committee be modified only with respect to the three last points in recommendation 12 of the report of the external auditor. That means the practice of signed amendments, the transparency of the process, and the prohibition of nominations that do not fulfill the conditions set out in the guidelines. Should the committee decide at its 37th session that members of the committee postpone on a permanent basis and not for a particular session the examination of nominations presented by members of the committee during their mandate, this would not be in accord with Article 11 of the Convention and Rule 13 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly of State Parties to the Convention. However, members of this committee could voluntarily refrain from submitting nominations during their mandate. Therefore, this matter may be also brought to the attention of the General Assembly. You as a committee can of course also refine Decision 35-Com-12b.14, which I read out, recommends committee members consider refraining from bringing forward new nominations that might be discussed during their term serving on the committee without prejudice to nomination files already submitted, deferred or referred during previous committee sessions, or nominations from least represented state parties, and that this provision be implemented on an experimental basis and be reviewed at its 38th session in 2014. And this is another reason why we haven't brought this up, because this was in the decision of the committee already to bring it back 2014 only. Members of the open-ended working group also raised another question regarding the prohibition of nominations that do not fulfill the conditions set out in the operational guidelines. And I would like to inform you that on the first day of when the operational guidelines group met, I informed that group on this specific issue. Document 11 specified that this point is covered in the operational guidelines and that the World Heritage Committee applies these guidelines when deciding whether or not to inscribe properties on the World Heritage List. The decision to inscribe a property on the World Heritage List belongs to the World Heritage Committee in accordance with Article 11.5 of the Convention. Therefore, any final decision taken by the Secretariat or the advisory bodies on the question of the fulfillment of the conditions set out in the operational guidelines with respect to nominations would not be in accord with the Convention, which foresees that the decision to inscribe a site on the World Heritage List belongs to the World Heritage Committee. I would also like to inform you that we discussed this point at length with the advisory bodies at our regular meetings, and we did not see any possibility to add a new paragraph on this point in the operational guidelines. In our view, it was a question of the application of the guidelines rather than adding a new paragraph. And as I said, I have brought this forward also to the operational guidelines group, and you will discuss operational guidelines under item 12. Mr. Chair, Decision 37-Com-11 is in front of you under point 3 on page 3 in the English version and page 3 in the French as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your presentation. So now I would like to ask the committee members for your comments. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to the legal advisor. The rules of procedure can be changed by who? Does the committee set its own rules of procedure? Does somebody else set the rules of procedure? Does the General Assembly set them? Does the UNESCO Executive Board set them? Who sets and makes the rules of procedure? Who can change them? Could you give me an answer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Please, legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The rules of procedure of the committee are adopted by the committee. The committee has been charged, I believe, by the convention or the Assembly of State Parties to adopt its own rules of procedure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam. Now I give the floor to Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Estonia would like to pick up the point that was raised by Madame Rösler just now, because although
We understand that the Convention sets our rules. We have also seen in our practice that we have been successful in adopting voluntary measures, such as the mandate from 6 years to 4, which is widely accepted. And we would like to say that we believe it's essential, really, for the neutrality and impartiality of the evaluation process to ensure the appearance of total independence of those who make the final recommendations of SOC reports and nominations. And our aim is not to call into question the professionalism, expertise and integrity of members of a committee, but it is unquestionable that there is potential conflict of interest that affects the credibility of the whole process and therefore of a convention. The procedure that enables the state parties to put forward their nominations and then sit in the committee to debate them and vote on them is problematic because it cannot be credible. In his global strategy evaluation, the external auditor observes a strong correlation between the countries represented on the committee and the location of properties nominated. And that is why Estonia would like to call upon the present members and future members of the committee to consider voluntarily refraining from submitting new nominations during their mandate. We understand also that this cannot be an absolute rule, as the exceptions for countries with no sites, for instance, or as well as referred back nominations, transboundary nominations, these exceptions need to be made. But it would still be a very positive step forward towards strengthening the credibility of a convention. And I think we could follow the example of Cambodia, who wouldn't submit a nomination of Sambor Preikuk Temple for consideration at the present session. They decided to hold back their nomination as a gesture towards improving the culture of impartiality within our organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Je donne la parole au Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie également Madame Rosner pour cette brillante prestation. Mais je souhaiterais avoir des renseignements, d'amples renseignements sur la partie concernant la transition. Vous êtes passé rapidement là-dessus.
Merci, monsieur. Je vois la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le travail préparatoire du groupe de travail nous semble intéressant, mais il est important que ces modifications du règlement intérieur ne soient examinées fort logiquement qu'après que l'Assemblée générale se sera prononcée sur la liste des recommandations prioritaires dans le cadre des objectifs du plan d'action stratégique adopté lors de la 18e Assemblée générale des États parties. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm now a little confused because I heard the legal advisors say that the World Heritage Committee sets, revises, adopts its rules of procedure. I heard Estonia say that it is the convention that sets the rules of procedure. I heard France say that we would await the General Assembly's recommendations on the rules of procedure. What is the legal position? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I give the floor to the legal advisor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the convention in front of me. Article 10 of the convention provides that the World Heritage Committee shall adopt its rules of procedure. So it's the committee that adopts the rules of procedure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam. The Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of questions by delegations, and I would also like to add that both the committee and the General Assembly have their own rules of procedure. So these are the rules of procedures of the committee. Concerning the question from the delegate of Mali on the transitional period, at this stage we have only decision 35-12B, which says in point 14 that the committee recommends committee members refraining from bringing forward new nominations, and that this is voluntarily. It's only a recommendation, so it's at this stage no rule, and that this provision be implemented on experimental basis and be reviewed next year. So at this stage it's voluntary, but the committee could make it a rule and put it into the rules if you wish. Concerning the question from France, we will bring the final report on the implementation of the report from the open-ended working group to this year's General Assembly, which takes place from 19th to 21st November during the General Conference. And of course, the General Assembly is free to make further recommendations to this committee. But I would also like to point out that last year you have taken the decision which is decision 36-9A with its point 8, that you have decided to implement the recommendation within your own mandate. So this is why we brought back the item rules of procedure under this year's agenda item 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. I give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to support what just has been said, to my understanding quite rightly, by the distinguished delegate of France. Secondly, to be very clear, I would like to ask the legal advisor, which is the highest authority of our convention? Is it the committee or is it the General Assembly? In case it's the General Assembly, which I assume is the case, but maybe I'm wrong, you may tell me. If my assumption is correct, can the committee change the rules of procedure against the spirit of decisions taken by the General Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now the legal advisor, you have the floor.
I need a few minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Les Émirats Arabes Unis, vous avez la parole.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا كنت أود أن أطرح نفس السؤال الذي تقدمت به ألمانيا. هذا من ناحية، ومن ناحية أخرى أود التعقيب على ما تفضل به وفد إستونيا بخصوص الترشيحات أثناء الولاية. نحن نعتقد في الإمارات بأننا نعمل على مستوى من الثقة ومن الشفافية، وأن ليس من الضروري أن نشك في أن وجود دولة ترشيح دولة لموقع وهي أثناء الولاية سيغير من الأمر لتأثيرها نتيجة. نحن لاحظنا على الأقل من هذه الدورة أن هناك دولا أعضاء الآن ولم تفلح في إدراج مواقعها، وكانت هناك دول أخرى خارج العضوية وأخذت موقع أو موقعين في هذه الدورة بالذات. أنا أقدر يعني مشاغل الوفد الإستوني من واقع تجربة يمكن مرت، لكن ليس بالضرورة أن هذه اللجنة ستظل على أخطاء في الماضي أو على. نحن نسير إلى أمام ونطمح في تغييرات أكثر وفي بناء ثقة أكثر، لأننا في النهاية نعمل من أجل مصلحة عليا ورمزية، يعني لا تقف عند حد المصلحة الآنية للدولة. هي التراث العالمي وفي معايير وفي هيئات استشارية. لذلك أنا لا أرى أننا بحاجة لهذا الاشتراط ولو كان طوعيا. لنعمل حسب المعايير ونعمل على الثقة في الهيئات الاستشارية وفي أعضاء اللجنة بدون أن نضطر لهذا الاشتراط. شكرا.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. I give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think like the delegation of India, we're a little bit confused. Yesterday we had discussions on the rules of procedure, and there seems to be a tendency for colleagues to read only that rule that really suits them. And we hear complaints afterwards about the legal advisor, and we hear complaints about the rules of procedure, while it's clearly stated in the rules how these things work. Now, if colleagues are not happy with the rules of procedure, let's change them. But the rules, Rule 50, 51 and 52 is clear, it's there. We invite colleagues to look at these. It's not about the question of whether the assembly is basically superior to the committee or vice versa. There's even a provision in there that indicates that if we try to change the convention, then that's not allowed. But in terms of the rules of procedure, the committee sets its own rules of procedure. There's even an indication in terms of voting, how many votes you need. So can we just get a clarification, where do the states parties that feel that this is not possible read it in the rules of procedure? And I stand to be corrected. We would happily go along with their interpretation if they could highlight that rule for this delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I give the floor to the legal advisor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is in response to the question by the delegation of Germany. The convention, the Assembly of State Parties, the World Heritage Committee, the convention, they're all different things. The convention is the legal instrument that binds all the member states. That is what member states first sign and then ratify or accede to, and that is what is afterwards incorporated into national legislation. The convention, in Article 8 of the convention, defines what this committee does, or what it is. It's the World Heritage Committee. And it also states that this committee is composed of state parties to the convention, elected by states parties to the convention, meeting in General Assembly during the ordinary session of the UNESCO General Conference. So the first function that the Assembly of State Parties has is to elect members of the committee, to elect you. It's an elective function. And then if you turn to Article 16 of the convention, which I also have here in front of me, it is the Assembly of State Parties that determines your contributions to the fund that governs the convention. Without prejudice to any supplementary voluntary contribution, the state parties to the convention undertake to pay regularly to the World Heritage Fund contributions, the amount of which in the form of a uniform percentage applicable to all states shall be determined by the General Assembly of States Parties to the convention meeting during the General Assembly of UNESCO. So it's got separate functions, it's separate. As Mechthild explained, they have separate rules of procedure. You are the sovereign body. This is the World Heritage Committee, and it's established by the convention, and you adopt your own rules of procedure, you modify them, you change them, you suspend them. It's within your prerogative. And of course, I may add that some of the rules that cannot be changed are rules that would change provisions of the convention, or that would go against provisions of the convention. And if I recall correctly, the rules of procedure have on the side every time that a rule cannot be amended because it would go against a provision on the convention. For example, invitations for consultation, and it says on the side, Convention Article 10.2, or the voting for inscriptions, that it's a matter covered by the convention, etc., etc. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now I turn again to the committee members, just in order to know if the response from the legal advisor has been enough, very clear for the question that was raised. If this is the case, I will turn to the rapporteur in order to present the draft resolution. So please, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received the amendment on revision of the rules of procedure by India, and I would like to present it to the committee. It's on the screen. I can read in the first paragraph. There have been no changes. In the second paragraph, there have been no changes. We add third paragraph. Actually, we add the changes. Decides to amend articles 22.6, 22.7, 23.1, 23.2 of the Rules of Procedure as follows. Committee members shall not...
Point of order of India.
Thank you. The draft resolution that we have submitted does not have the square brackets that appear. Yeah, we need to cut that out because it doesn't make sense. The first part, in order to avoid any potential conflicts of interest. Thank you.
En attendant le secrétariat, je donne la parole à la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous soutenons ce qui vient d'être dit par la délégation de l'Inde et nous avons quelques modifications aussi sur la formulation.
Oui, si cette rédaction était acceptée, il faudrait après l'invitation explicite du président, virgule, dans la limite du temps de parole accordé et en réponse aux questions précises posées. Nous préférions et en réponse aux questions précises posées. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, la France. Je vois le Cambodge. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Cambodge rejoint ce que vient de dire la France. Merci beaucoup.
Très bien, merci beaucoup, monsieur. Je vois l'Estonie et après les Émirats arabes unis. L'Estonie.
Thank you. In this case, that the first sentence would be struck out as proposed by India, Estonia would like to keep the last sentence
of a present paragraph 22.6, but reads as follows in the end. Advocacy in favor of the proposal will not be entertained. Thank you.
Thank you. Les Émirats Arabes Unis. Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
نحن نؤيد المقترح الهندي ونتفهم الإضافة من فرنسا مع أننا نعتبرها من الأمور الإجرائية من قبل الرئاسة يعني في تحديد هذا الوقت ولكن لا نرى ضير من ذلك يعني هذا رأينا.
Merci beaucoup. La Fédération de Russie, vous avez la parole.
Мы поддерживаем поправки, которые внесла Индия, и считаем, что если они будут приняты и тем более будут исполняться в последующем, могут сделать нашу работу более эффективной и полезной для всех. Спасибо.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. L'Irak, vous avez la parole.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. العراق يؤيد بالمقترحات اللي جاءت من دولة الهند وفرنسا ويؤيد مؤايدته الدول الأخرى. شكرا.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne la parole à l'Allemagne.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. Germany does support what has been said by France and by Estonia. So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je donne la parole à l'Algérie.
Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie soutient la proposition de l'Inde avec... excusez-moi, mais on a un problème avec... excusez-moi, on a un problème avec cet appareil. Je n'arrive pas à lire le tableau. Je ne peux pas lire le tableau.
Caméra.
Il faut que je me retourne. Voilà, ça y est. Donc nous soutenons la proposition de l'Inde telle qu'elle est écrite sur le tableau, avec la conjonction ou en faveur ou j'arrive pas à lire. Ou j'arrive pas. Ou en réponse aux questions précises posées. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je donne la parole au Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La délégation du Sénégal soutient la première proposition faite par l'Inde et qui tend à la suppression de l'ajout qui a été fait par le centre qui est en gras, parce qu'il me semble que cet ajout n'apporte rien, ça a plus une portée philosophique qu'une portée juridique. Je pense que l'un des principes élémentaires d'un texte de droit, c'est d'avoir un effet utile. Et nous ne voyons pas ici ce que cet ajout pourrait ajouter. Concernant aussi la deuxième proposition de l'Estonie, enfin, pour les mêmes raisons, nous nous y opposons parce qu'il me semble aussi que non seulement elle est ambiguë, on ne sait pas très bien ce que plaidoyer veut dire, et puis pratiquement, de manière concrète, je ne vois pas très bien comment cela marcherait, c'est-à-dire si un État parle, est-ce qu'on va l'arrêter pour lui dire vous faites un plaidoyer, vous ne faites pas de plaidoyer, selon quels critères, c'est quoi un plaidoyer? À mon avis, c'est une ambiguïté qui est porteuse de gros risques. Et à mon avis, c'est un point qu'il faudrait supprimer. Concernant aussi le deuxième point soulevé par l'Inde et amendé par la France, J'aimerais demander à l'État qui l'a proposé de préciser son intention parce que dans mon esprit, ce n'est pas très clair. Parce que lorsqu'on dit à l'invitation explicite du président et dans la limite du temps de parole accordé, il me semble que dans tous les cas, un État ne s'exprime pas d'autorité. Il faut toujours qu'il y soit invité par le président. Donc, si on met or, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire que enfin, j'aimerais avoir un peu d'explication parce que dans mon esprit, c'est un peu confus. Je comprends bien l'ajout qui a été fait par la France parce qu'en réalité, ça reviendrait à revenir à la proposition initiale, enfin, au règlement initial tel qu'il existait. Donc, j'aimerais savoir ce que l'Inde entend vraiment lorsqu'il propose de mettre le ou. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry.
Please, Mr. Ambassador, let me just give the floor first to Malaysia, and then I will give you the floor. So, Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia supports, as been shown on the screen, the original amendment by India and a little bit of change as proposed by Estonia and France. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Je passe la parole à la Suisse.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Si nous devions décider d'accepter l'amendement initialement proposé par l'Inde, c'est-à-dire de biffer la première phrase, il serait particulièrement important de maintenir néanmoins une référence à une règle qui doit éviter les plaidoyers, advocacy, no advocacy. Et c'est dans cet esprit, car cet élément est crucial pour le travail de notre comité, que nous soutenons l'amendement de l'Estonie et de l'Allemagne de transformer la fin du paragraphe en lui ajoutant la phrase qui est proposée. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Je passe la parole au Japon.
Thank you, Chair. Japan support Indian original sentence. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je donne la parole au Qatar.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نحن نؤيد كذلك الهند، مقترح الهند. شكرا.
Merci beaucoup. L'Afrique du Sud, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We support the Indian proposal, specifically as it relates to replacing "and" with the word "or". Thank you.
Merci. L'Inde, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. At some point, I thought about the explicit and implicit invitation. I now realize the value of the explicit invitation. Chair, let me go back. And it has been expressed at the Executive Board, at the General Assembly, at St. Petersburg, a great desire to have not only the transparency, but to allow member states to speak on their state of conservation reports, on the nominations, but realizing that this has to be done in a manner that is set out and regulated. There was a great desire to eliminate the present reasonably hypocritical system by which state parties ask member states of the committee to ask questions on their behalf. In fact, the third point was that you actually want to save time, and instead of this back and forth, that if you actually gave a defined period of time to a member state, that would save a lot of time. So this was the background. And this is a background that I believe all of the states, or at least all of the states that I've heard, I have not yet come across in the detailed discussions at the Executive Board, at the General Assembly, and I quite accept the point of the legal advisor that those are not the fora that will decide the rules of procedure of this committee. The advocacy issue. The problem with the word advocacy, and I've struggled to find a term that will, let me say, sort of replace that. Member states will speak on their nominations if they're allowed to do so. They will not speak on the weather, they will speak on the nomination. So what is this advocacy? How do you define it? Mr. Chair, you are a very firm chair. Tomorrow, is a chair going to step in while a member state is speaking and say, please stop, you are carrying out advocacy, whatever that means? Let me turn to the UN system. Nowhere in the UN system do you disallow member states from speaking. You try and provide every opportunity. Let me put another point forward. You give advisory bodies not one, not two, but repeated chances at the floor, repeated occasions to speak. Are you going to place advisory bodies above member states? Are they going to get the floor time and again, and you will stop a member state from speaking? Is that the spirit of the convention? Is that what we are here for? We have seen factual errors. We have seen errors of perception, errors of understanding. It would have been simpler if you had allowed member states to speak on their behalf. I recognize the valuable contribution of Senegal and Japan when this question began at the beginning of this session, when it was said that maybe we should suspend this rule of procedure. The legal advisor confirmed and has reconfirmed that it is up to the committee to suspend rules of procedure. Quite rightly, Japan and Senegal said, no, let this session go. Let us talk about it. It's something that we support, but maybe not now. But you're not going to wait till the next session to rediscuss this whole thing. This is the background. This is where you are. This is the committee which, if you don't trust it to work in a particular manner, why have you elected them? Why have this committee? We could have the advisory bodies give recommendations, accept them, and that is done. So there is a reason for it. There is a reason for phrasing it in this particular manner. Let me come to one more issue. Respected Chair, you are the chair. What we are saying is, please give a defined duration of time. You can define the time. The chair can define the time. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1.5 minutes, whatever. That is your best estimate of what the member state should get to speak on its own state of conservation report or nomination file or dossier. But you will, or you may have reason to go back to the member state later in response to a question that arises during the debate, which is why the Indian phrasing. It is not excluding it, which is why that phrasing is important. I thought I would place this background because I don't believe that member states, many of us come from areas where democracy, the right to speak, the right to put your view forward, the right to correct, is an integral part of the systems that we come from, including the liberal systems of the West. So I would urge that this debate has gone on. We have had this debate before. Let us now move on it, and advocacy, if somebody can define for me legally, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your comments. Now I give the floor to Thailand. Sorry. J'ai le Sénégal d'abord, et après le Thaïlande. Le Sénégal, vous avez la parole.
Nous n'avions pas demandé la parole. Merci.
Excusez-moi, monsieur. Donc maintenant, c'est la Thaïlande.
Thank you, Chairman. We go along with the original proposal of India with a small collection of France and instead of all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Le Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voudrais simplement proposer qu'on sorte de cette querelle de conjonction et où. Mettons seulement et où. Ça dépend de l'appréciation du président qui va être là. C'est comme le temps de parole. C'est rare. C'est le président qui fait respecter tout ça. Hein? Les gens parlent, on voit à l'écran 2 minutes, on fait 4 minutes. Donc mettez et où. C'est terminé, tout le monde est satisfait là. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Je passe la parole à l'Algérie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons voulu biffer le premier paragraphe au même titre que les autres délégations pour des raisons précises. Nous considérons que c'est un jugement. Le plaidoyer est un jugement anticipé sur ce que va dire l'État partie. Et le conflit d'intérêts est une notion qui ne convient pas. Il y a des questions d'éthique dans ce comité. Conflit d'intérêts et plaidoyer ne sont pas appropriés à notre mission. Ils ne sont pas appropriés à notre mission. Et c'est pour cela que nous avons voulu éviter, donc nous avons voulu biffer ce membre de phrase. Il est regrettable d'en venir là et d'utiliser ces mots très forts. Moi, l'Algérie voudrait poser une question. Le comité est chargé de délibérer sur des propositions d'inscription, de donner son avis sur l'état de conservation, etc. C'est la Convention qui le dit, c'est le comité qui décide. Le comité décide sur la base de quoi? Sur la base d'un rapport établi par les États parties et sur la base d'un avis consultatif qui est donné par les organes consultatifs. L'État partie peut avoir un avis différent sur le contenu du dossier, non pas sur les procédures uniquement. Maintenant, si l'on considère que le comité doit se prononcer sur les procédures, étant décidé que le contenu ne doit pas être étudié par le comité, il faudrait que nous revoyions tout ça. Il faudrait revoir la Convention. Nous pensons que le comité qui décide de l'inscription ou de l'état de conservation le fait sur la base des rapports qui lui sont soumis et sur la base également de l'avis des organes consultatifs et également sur l'avis de l'État partie qui vient ici, et même s'il fait un plaidoyer sur son dossier, il en a le droit. Donc, si le comité est un comité, une boîte d'enregistrement, c'est une autre question. Il faudrait le dire, il faudrait voir et revoir la Convention. Et voilà, enfin, c'est la position de l'Algérie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Je passe la parole à l'Éthiopie.
Thank you, Chair. Ethiopia would like to support, I think based on the explanations, the original proposal of India in all its entirety. Thank you.
Merci. La France, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais vous faire un plaidoyer contre le plaidoyer, justement, parce que le terme nous semble très ambigu. C'est pourquoi nous soutenons la proposition de l'Inde de biffer, donc ce qui était au départ. Nous ne sommes pas non plus en faveur de la proposition qui consisterait à permettre justement d'employer ce terme qui à chaque fois donnera lieu à des difficultés d'appréciation pour le président. Quant à cette conjonction de coordination et ou, nous rappelons que nous sommes en faveur du terme « et ». Le terme « ou » risquant de nous amener à nous poser d'autres questions sur les articles, et notamment sur l'article 22.1, 22.2. Ça risque de nous amener à d'autres considérations en cascade. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. L'Estonie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Little words can be really important, and the word "and" in this case, that was proposed by France, is indeed very important, because The state party is, of course, the major player in this process, but the state party also has the possibility to put forward its position. It can write factual errors letters. They are put up on the website, and it's only natural that the committee members might have some questions based on these letters as well as nominations. And these questions should be put to a state party. At the end of a debate, as is written in Rule 22.5 by the chairperson. This is quite natural, that is very valuable for the committee members for taking their decision, but the state party concerned cannot really be the 22nd member of a committee and discuss things with the committee members. And we have heard during these debates here that the state party has even been asked whether it would prefer the decision of referral or deferral, and that is not good governance. Thank you. And also I would like to mention that the committee, our decisions are based on objective scientific considerations. And of course it is legitimate to criticize and to argue with the recommendations of advisory bodies, but these arguments also need to be technical and professional. And this is the only way to ensure that the World Heritage List remains a reliable reference point and guidance for conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I give the floor to Switzerland. Maybe you can try to help us in this.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de votre confiance en mes capacités. J'aimerais soutenir ce que vient de dire l'Estonie. Je crois qu'il ne s'agit pas de ne pas vouloir considérer les positions des États parties concernés par un rapport d'évaluation ou de ne pas vouloir écouter les États parties. C'est plutôt une question pratique. En tant qu'expert et professionnel du patrimoine, je ne serai pas en mesure de considérer, d'évaluer et de tirer des conclusions valables sur la base d'une intervention que je viens d'écouter. Nous avons l'habitude dans notre délégation de soigneusement étudier et le rapport d'évaluation des organisations consultatives et les lettres des erreurs factuelles des États parties avant de nous déterminer. Nous ne pourrions jamais se faire dans une minute avant de prendre une décision. C'est pour ça que je crois qu'il est important que les États parties puissent s'exprimer. Ils peuvent le faire par leurs lettres d'erreurs factuelles. Et on reviendra sur le prochain point de l'agenda qu'il y aura des changements de ce sens, que ces lettres ne seront plus évaluées par le centre, mais mises à disposition directement sur Internet pour être vues et considérées par tout le monde. Et après, pendant la décision au Comité du patrimoine mondial, il n'y a plus lieu d'amener des informations complémentaires qu'on ne pourra pas considérer, qu'on ne pourra pas faire justice à l'État partie dans ce court laps de temps. C'est pour cela que la Suisse maintient sa position comme affichée sur les écrans. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Je donne la parole au Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au début, j'ai eu la naïveté de penser que ça allait être une promenade de santé, mais j'ai le sentiment que nous sommes en train de remuer une fourmilière. Nous avons eu des traditions, des pratiques qui ont plus ou moins marché jusqu'à présent. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train d'envisager des réformes, des modifications qui vont avoir des implications extrêmement importantes. Tous ceux qui sont ici au sein du comité sont là au nom d'États partis. Ces États partis-là ont des ambitions spécifiques par rapport au comité, par rapport aux inscriptions, etc., etc. Que cela soit avoué ou pas, c'est la réalité. La deuxième chose importante, c'est que le comité, à mon avis, est l'opérateur stratégique de la Convention. C'est important et les personnes qui sont dans ce comité doivent avoir la possibilité de s'exprimer sur toutes les questions qui sont posées, y compris d'ailleurs les questions les concernant, même si cela doit être encadré. Donc je pense que le comité ne peut pas être une chambre d'enregistrement. Ça doit être une chambre vraiment de conception, de réflexion et de décision motivée bien évidemment. Il y a enfin une chose à laquelle, à mon avis, nous devrions faire très très attention. Les organisations consultatives sont très importantes. Elles font un travail magnifique, remarquable, mais le comité ne peut pas être sous la tutelle des organisations consultatives. Il faut, je pense que nous fassions l'effort de prendre des décisions équilibrées qui ne fassent pas que finalement, être membre du comité, c'est avoir le bâillon sur la bouche et ne plus pouvoir s'exprimer. Je pense qu'il faut prendre garde à cela. La proposition de l'Inde nous paraît importante. Les notions de plaidoyer, nous revenons là-dessus, à la fin, à notre avis, n'apportent pas grand-chose. Ça crée plus d'ambiguïté que de transparence, étant entendu que pour nous, ceux qui sont là sont des représentants d'États partis et qu'ils ont le droit et le devoir, si des questions concernant leur pays sont posées, de s'exprimer. Mais cela doit être encadré. Ils ne doivent pas profiter de leur statut de membre du comité pour défendre indûment leur pays. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Le doy la palabra al representante de Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Después de oír esta larga discusión en torno a los casi que monosílabos de las distintas lenguas, el I, el O, etcétera, nosotros quisiéramos retomar de alguna manera el espíritu de la enmienda, que es el de la participación del Estado parte en las discusiones. Nos parece que puede ser absolutamente benéfico. Creo nosotros queremos unirnos también a lo que me comentó nuestro distinguido delegado de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos en cuanto a la confianza que debemos tener en los distintos estados. El espíritu de la convención nos invita a ello. Entonces, finalmente, nosotros queremos respaldar la propuesta presentada por la India y la I de Francia. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We must decide what we want. If we follow the rules of procedure, which gives the chairperson a lot of leeway, and we've heard reference to Rule 22.1, 22.2, 22.3, there's a lot of leeway given to the chairperson. Now, in this proposal here, the reason why we would like to have the or there is that if we want to keep the bit about advocacy, you need to allow a state party to respond to questions. And it's been raised, the issue by the distinguished ambassador of India. States parties cannot be put on the same level as advisory bodies. Or let me put it differently, advisory bodies cannot be put on the same level as states parties. States parties come first and foremost. And whether countries agree with it or not, states parties pay their contributions and keep this show on the road. Yes. So if countries want an and there, then you can definitely not have the last sentence. So then you leave everything in the hands of the chair, and who knows who the next chair might be and whether that chair is somebody that any of us would agree with or be comfortable with. So we need to provide for both sides of the coin. And we have to have a little bit of faith that states parties would have on their delegations people with technical expertise, because a case always has two sides. There aren't just one kind of expert that knows the best. There are different ways of looking at an issue, and we've seen that here fairly frequently in the committee. So it's just an effort to provide some balance. It's not an ideological issue, and we're trying to find a balance here, and this is why we're discussing this issue. So we just thought it might be useful to clarify why we would like to see or instead of and. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Having said that, I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur in order to read out the amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La proposition de la majorité des États partis est de, je peux lire le paragraphe, donc c'est de amender le paragraphe qui a été proposé. Et je vais lire, donc il est 22.6. Les membres du comité ne doivent pas s'exprimer sur les biens du patrimoine mondial situés sur leur propre territoire, sauf à l'invitation explicite du président, dans la limite du temps de parole accordé. Ici, on a une division de position ou en réponse aux questions précises posées. Ensuite, nous avons une proposition de garder une phrase de l'original qui se trouve dans les règles de procédure. Le plaidoyer en faveur d'une proposition précise ne sera pas recevable. Là, on n'a pas une majorité, on n'a pas un consensus, on pourrait dire, sur cette phrase. Donc, il y a des délégations qui se sont exprimées contre le mot plaidoyer et en fait contre cette phrase. Et comme on a entendu, on n'a pas le droit, on a le droit d'amender nos propres règles. Donc, sur la dernière phrase, on n'a pas la position et je ne peux pas vous proposer une autre parce que les mots sont très déterminés. C'est extrait de nos propres règles. Donc, soit on garde ou soit on biffe. Donc, il faut que vraiment soit la majorité soit pour le sentiment, comme l'a évoqué hier le délégué distingué de l'Afrique du Sud, c'est le sentiment dans le comité. Est-ce que c'est pour garder ou pour biffer cette phrase? Donc, et là, sur « et » ou « e », je pense qu'un compromis serait de garder les deux, comme proposé par Mali.
Point of order, Germany.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rapporteur, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor, first of all. Again, we hear from the podium this word majority. And now I would like to take... No, but obviously we don't have, so far at least, a consensus. And I would only like to remind the rapporteur and the distinguished members of this committee that the rules of procedure in Rule 50 provide a 2/3 majority of the states members present and voting in case we have to go to voting for a decision concerning the rules of an amendment of the rules of procedure. And as far as this the little word and or, the little words and or are concerned, I cannot see this 2/3 majority, and I think many members of this committee, including this delegation, have expressed their view that this is the most important issue. So Germany definitely would like to keep And advocacy, we could go along with both versions, the version of the Secretariat, the version of the present draft, I mean the present wording in the rules of procedure. Again, I do admit the interpretation of advocacy. I mean, you understand what it means, but in the concrete case, it may not be so easy, and you cannot stop a member state when speaking. So, once more, Germany will insist on keeping "and" in this paragraph. On the rest, one can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Je passe la parole à la France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions également réaffirmer notre position pour le « et si l'autre option devait être retenue, le « ou », n'y aurait-il pas des conséquences sur le 22.1 ? La question mérite d'être posée, nous la posons au conseiller juridique. Mais nous réaffirmons que nous sommes très fermement en faveur du « et ». Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Madame. Rapporteur.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais juste répondre. Je n'ai pas dit pour la deuxième partie, je n'ai pas dit que c'était la majorité. J'ai dit que certaines délégations se sont exprimées, ils ont exprimé leur position, et on n'a pas le droit de dire que c'est un vote, parce que il ne s'agit pas d'un vote, mais on a exprimé des opinions. Vous avez exprimé maintenant, le délégué distingué de l'Allemagne, votre opinion ferme de garder le « et » ainsi que la France. Donc, j'invite les délégations qui ont proposé une autre solution ou de garder les deux, de respecter ce que vient et de prendre en considération ce que vient d'être dit par l'Allemagne et de peut-être se mettre d'accord sur le « et » comme un... je ne sais pas s'il y a d'opposition à ce stade de garder un « et » de biffer « ou ».
Thank you, Madam. Well, as far as I can see, I can identify that we all agree on the first amendment. So if Secretariat can just try to help us cleaning out the text, just in order to have it in a clear manner. So I would like our colleagues from Secretariat if they can help us with that. And of course, recalling and having in mind the comments of the rapporteur and the distinguished delegations that have been raised their comments on the issue of "and" or. Of course, I would like to come back to you, committee members, in order to try to find a consensus, of course, in this issue. So the floor is yours. Colombia tiene la palabra.
Señor Presidente, muchas gracias. En aras de optimizar el corto tiempo que nos queda, yo recomendaría que los que estemos a favor de la I levantemos el cartel y de la misma manera se puede hacer con las personas que quieren el O y así contamos pues cuál puede ser la mayoría o la tendencia de este comité. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, delegado de Colombia. Yo tomamos nota, por supuesto, de su comentario. Antes de tomar este tipo de decisión, yo quiero regresar a los miembros del comité, justamente para tratar de buscar una posición realmente consensual. I will give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. I think this committee has agreed on the basic principle that member states should be allowed to speak on their nominations, on their state of conservation reports, whether or not they are members of the committee. The second part of it is difficult for the chair, whether he should give an opportunity, more opportunity, if the committee is confused, as it often has been, should he give it again? May I suggest that we not spend more time on this? We will go with and leave it to the wisdom of the chair. The next chair can take a view on this. The basic principle you have agreed to, the basic principle of allowing state parties to speak on their own nominations. So I would suggest we do that and simply remove the last sentence, which is, let me say, it's not a fit statement to make. Advocacy, the UN Women's Council advocates the cause of women. The environmental whatever advocates the cause. Why is this a bad word? Of course, when member states speak, they will advocate something, otherwise why are they speaking? So may I suggest we take off the last sentence and go with the German suggestion, which is keep the and try it out, but leave it to the wisdom of the chair, as we always do. Thank you, Chair.
Le Mali, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, suite aux explications données par la France et à ses inquiétudes, parce qu'en maintenant ça risque de changer une autre partie du règlement, nous rejoignons la position de la France. Merci.
Merci. Je voudrais passer la parole au rapporteur afin de nous... Ah, d'abord, la Thaïlande d'abord.
Thank you, Chair. We just support proposal recently proposed by India.
Thank you. Le Sénégal, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est pour appuyer l'Inde sur la base de ce que nous avons dit tantôt. On n'est pas là pour dire oui ou non.
Merci. Well, anyhow, if we take in mind what has been commented, anyhow, we need to keep in mind that for the deletion of the sentence advocacy in favor of a particular proposal will not be entertained, we will need, if is the case, we will need to have a 2/3 majority of the committee members. I think we need to be clear on that. I am just calling on you, committee members, actually, for helping the spirit of this body to take a consensual decision on this. So, if there are any comments, Colombia tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros respaldamos la propuesta de Estonia, Alemania, Malasia y Suiza de mantener la frase. Gracias.
Gracias. ¿Algún otro comentario? Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était juste pour avoir un éclaircissement par rapport à la dernière proposition que vous avez faite lorsque vous avez dit qu'il fallait une majorité de 2/3 pour renverser, pour enlever advocacy. Donc, je voulais savoir, est-ce que c'était dans la première partie de phrase ou dans la proposition de l'Estonie? Parce que si c'est dans le cas de la proposition de l'Estonie, on n'aura pas besoin de majorité de 2/3 puisque c'est un amendement. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne la parole à l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. No, I think You know, we've had a good discussion on this. We would be inclined to go along with what the Ambassador of India suggested. We recognize the importance for some delegations of having the word "and." We're not adverse to compromising. I also think he has provided us with an elegant way forward in terms of trying to find consensus. Seeing that it's so important for delegations to have the word "and," the South African delegation could go along with that. Obviously, it would be helpful to see the same kind of sense of compromise from the other side when it comes to the whole issue of advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. L'Algérie, suivi par la France. L'Algérie.
L'Algérie voudrait appuyer...
Sorry, there is a point of order of Switzerland.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes en train de débattre d'une phrase qui est marquée en rouge alors qu'elle devrait être marquée en noir, car c'est le texte initial. Alors je vous prie de faire en sorte que l'on comprenne que ceci n'est pas une proposition additionnelle, mais le maintien du texte d'origine.
Vous avez tout à fait raison, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. L'Algérie, s'il vous plaît, et les collègues du secrétariat.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie voudrait appuyer fortement la proposition de l'Inde pour biffer ce passage. Merci.
Merci. Le Japon.
Thank you, Chair. Japan also want to delete last sentence because advocacy is, I don't understand what this word means at all. Thank you.
Merci. Les Émirats arabes unis. Excusez-moi, Monsieur des Émirats arabes unis, excusez-moi, j'avais annoncé d'abord la France, excusez-moi, c'est ma faute. Donc la France, et vous allez après.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous aurions voulu avoir quelques précisions concernant la majorité des 2/3, puisque il semble que ça ne s'applique pas. L'article 51 sur la modification du règlement intérieur dit bien que les modifications peuvent être prises en séance plénière à la majorité des 2/3, présents et votants, sous réserve que la modification proposée figure à l'ordre du jour de la session. Doit-on, conformément aux articles 9 et 10, doit-on toujours appliquer la règle des 2/3 ou doit-on prendre, par rapport aux articles 9 et 10, les adoptions des points à l'ordre du jour?
I turn to the legal advisor in order to clarify this question, please.
Mr. President, my colleague was listening to the debate, so I think it's best if she replies to the question.
A point of order of India.
Chair, I think this applies to a vote. I don't remember anybody asking for a vote. So, I mean, I would be happy to be enlightened academically, but I don't think that's the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Legal advisor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I understand, the question of France was whether, if the proposal was not included in the agenda, if we could not go with the 2/3 majority. Is that correct?
La France.
Exactement. Pouvait-on se priver ou non de la majorité des 2/3 l'ordre du jour ayant été adopté, en début de session et ce point avait été proposé à la 36e. Et doit-on, mais ce n'est pas une demande, doit-on voter ou non, si c'est la majorité des 2/3, sur ces articles? C'est une question, ce n'est pas une proposition.
Thank you.
Legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Rule 51 says the committee may amend the rules of procedure except when they reproduce provisions of the Convention by a 2/3 majority of the state's members present and voting, provided that the proposal has been included in the agenda of the session in accordance with Rules 9 and 10. This provision means that every amendment to the rules of procedure must be taken by a 2/3 majority. You cannot, having said that, you cannot obviously modify rules of procedure which reproduce articles of the Convention. Now, if the proposal has not been included in the agenda, what you would need to do is modify the agenda in accordance with, let me see, in accordance with Rule 11 to foresee a new item on the agenda, and then, in any event, you would need to modify the rules of procedure by a 2/3 majority. It cannot go by simple majority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm sure the committee members, of course, are taking good note of these clarifications. I give the floor to the les Émirats Arabes Unis.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أنه من الواضح لنا أن هناك اتفاق على مضمون الفقرة في النص الأصلي الجزء الأول من هذا التعديل، وأن الخلاف انحصر في أو واو. أنا أتكلم بالعربي، هناك ترجمة. هذا الخلاف على أو واو. نحن نعتقد أن الاقتراح الأخير للهند بحذف هذه الفقرة ربما ألغى الاحتراز الذي تقدمت به بعض الدول في ضرورة الاحتفاظ بأند. نحن نعتقد أنه لم يعد هناك يعني خوفا مما تمثله هذه الفقرة. هذا من ناحية، لذلك نحن نؤيد التعديل الهندي الأخير. أما الفقرة الأخيرة، أنا تكلمت في مداخلة سابقة واعتقدت بأن هذه اللجنة جديرة بأن تثق في أعضائها وفي أخلاقياتنا، وأن حتى لو كان هذا في النظام الأساسي من قبل، لكن هذه مفهوم المناصرة أنا أرجو أن نتعاون جميعا لإيجاد مصطلحات تعزز الثقة وأن نتجنب هذا الأمر. شكرا.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne la parole au Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais un peu recadrer les débats. Je pense que pour ce qui est du et et du ou, on s'est entendu. À partir du moment où nous avons compris qu'en maintenant le et, ça apporte des changements à des articles antérieurs au 22, nous avons dit que nous nous ralignons à la position de la France. Ça, c'est clair. Donc, pour nous, ce point est réglé. Maintenant, quel est le problème? De quoi s'agit-il? Selon ma compréhension, il y a un paragraphe qui a été proposé et qui a été, si vous voulez, approuvé par beaucoup d'États partis. Mais même les autres États partis qui sont venus après, la France, l'Allemagne, le Mali, la Suisse, sont venus seulement apporter des précisions. C'est un peu pour recadrer. Donc Donc, moi, je ne vois vraiment pas de problème. Le seul endroit où il peut y avoir le problème, c'est peut-être à la fin où on parle de plaidoyer. C'est à ce niveau qu'il doit y avoir le problème. Sinon, le paragraphe qui a été proposé par l'Inde a été accepté. Il y a un consensus autour de ça. Les pays qui sont venus après, la France, l'Allemagne, la Malaisie, etc., n'ont fait que préciser dans quel cas ça doit se passer. Donc, il n'y a vraiment pas de... Il y a eu un consensus autour de ce paragraphe-là. Le nœud du problème maintenant, c'est cette notion de plaidoyer-là qui est venue compliquer les choses. Vraiment.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour vos commentaires. Je donne la parole à l'Éthiopie.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you to the explanations given by the legal advisor, but to my understanding, does this mean we are going to vote the two-thirds in any case for the modification of this article? This is the question I have. I just want to be clear because in the explanation, I felt that in any case for the reproduction of this article, we will have to vote. If we will have to vote, I think we are very clear on what this proposal is. So probably if we can be clear on that. And the second thing is, again, I would like to reiterate, Ethiopia's position is in the deletion of the last sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I give the floor to Cambodia.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. Je ne reviens pas sur le mot « et » où nous avons soutenu le « et » en soutenant la France. Mais ce qui nous gêne un petit peu dans cet amendement, c'est que nous avons toujours tenu notre conduite et notre attitude face au texte, le règlement intérieur. Là, sur le problème du plaidoyer, nous pensons que qu'on l'a conservé tel qu'il est là, c'est-à-dire en soutenant la proposition de la Suisse, c'est à savoir garder cette dernière phrase telle qu'elle est. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Tout à fait, l'esprit de ce comité doit être le consensus. C'est pour ça que l'idée, c'est de ne pas, bien sûr, ou d'éviter une votation par rapport à ce point. Donc, avec cet esprit, je donne la parole au Sénégal et après la France. Le Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous souhaiterions avoir une précision par rapport à ce que le Conseil juridique a dit dernièrement, par rapport à la possibilité de ne pas avoir de vote sur une proposition d'amendement, de modification du règlement intérieur si cette modification n'avait pas été inscrite à l'ordre du jour de la session. Par rapport à ça, parce qu'il me semble que la modification de l'article 22.6 figurait bien à l'ordre du jour de la session qui a été adoptée par le comité. Il ne s'agit pas de savoir est-ce que c'est telle virgule de l'article 26 ou tel point de l'article 26 qui a été changé, mais c'est la modification de l'article 22.6 dans son entier. Et dans ce cas, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de problème juridique, mais peut-être c'est au Conseil juridique de nous éclairer par rapport à ça. Merci.
And the legal advisor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in fact, when I was responding to the question from the permanent delegate of France, I was answering in a general view. But here, you are right. Article Rule 22.6 is on item 11, so there is a proposal for amendment. Therefore, you would not need to modify the agenda to amend these rules which are foreseen in item 11. However, you would need a two-thirds majority to modify the rules if you don't reach a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clarification. Je donne la parole à la France, suivie par l'Allemagne. La France.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. C'est juste pour souligner que la France s'est déjà exprimée en faveur de la suppression de la dernière phrase et que cela ne figure pas sur l'écran. Merci Monsieur le Président.
L'Allemagne, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a practical proposal. I understand that there is a consensus emerging to keep the little word "and" as it is written in the present rule of procedure. In order to go on, and there's still, let's say, there's still a dissent about the last sentence. Maybe, this is my proposal, we leave it at this point, go to the next paragraph and see and study the Indian amendment of the subsequent paragraph and have a look where we, to what solution we may come there, and in the end, then maybe we come back and decide about this last sentence. So we keep, let's say we note that the "and" will be kept, leave the last phrase for the time being, and go to the next paragraph, also in order to save time and to see whether we can come to a solution here on consensus basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your proposal. Now I give the floor to Malaysia, followed by Algeria, and then we try to discuss about the process to follow. So Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair, once again. After listening to the distinguished delegate from Mali and his clarification, Malaysia would like to support the proposal by India, Algeria, to delete the last part of the sentence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Algeria, followed by Russian Federation, Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc l'Algérie souscrit donc à l'option de la conjonction E. Et maintenant, pour ce qui est de la dernière phrase, nous pensons que dans la contexture du texte, le mot plaidoyer nous fait plutôt penser à une terminologie judiciaire. Cela nous fait penser à une sorte de tribunal où le juge, en l'occurrence le président, donne la parole à l'accusé ou prévenu pour ne répondre qu'à un seul chef d'inculpation. Donc ce mot, de notre point de vue, doit être radié du thésaurus de ce texte. Les États partis sont des États souverains. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Je vous prie, bien sûr, aux intervenants qui vont suivre, bien sûr, de prendre ou de tenir compte de la proposition de l'Allemagne ainsi que des commentaires de l'Afrique du Sud qui a été annoncé tout à l'heure. Donc, tenant compte de ça, je donne la parole à la Fédération de Russie.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я, насколько помню, когда только мы начали обсуждать этот параграф, вначале мы убрали то, что было в квадратных скобках, и потом получили, мне кажется, могу квалифицировать только как поправку со стороны Эстонии, вот это последнее предложение, которое ставит нас сейчас в тупик. Вот то, что мы вычеркнули в самом начале нашего обсуждения, и то, что мы обсуждаем сейчас, это практически одно и то же. Я просто из элементарного чувства логики и последовательности мы готовы присоединиться по последнему предложению к исключению последней фразы и вместе с тем согласны на предлог «и». Спасибо.
Thank you, sir. Je passe la parole au Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Suivant notre propos, le Mali est pour la suppression du dernier paragraphe, le plaidoyer. La dernière ligne, la dernière phrase, voilà.
Merci. La Serbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As previous speakers, I would like to support those who proposed word and also to delete the last sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Le Qatar.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. وقطر أيضا تقترح كما اقترحت الهند وباقي الدول حذف الجملة الأخيرة.
Merci. L'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, Chairperson, and we just want to express appreciation to the delegation of Germany. I think they made a good proposal. You can add our name to deleting the last sentence, but I think Germany had a good idea. These two rules are, to a certain extent, speak to each other. And it's good that we maybe look at the other one as well. And like I said, we would be comfortable with accepting the word "and". Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Iraq, and the last speaker is Mexico. Iraq.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. سبق أن أيدنا الإبقاء على كلمة هو and ونضيف تأييدنا على رفع كلمة المناصرة. شكرا لك.
Thank you. Mexico.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros también apoyamos que se quede la palabra y eliminar la última frase.
Muchas gracias. I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur in order to read out the document, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On a déjà une situation plus claire. Je vous lis le paragraphe tel qu'amendé par l'Inde. Les membres du comité ne doivent pas s'exprimer sur les biens du patrimoine mondial situés sur leur propre territoire, sauf à l'invitation explicite du président dans la limite du temps de parole accordé et en réponse aux questions précises posées. Je voudrais aussi vous dire qu'en anglais, on avait une suggestion de conseil juridique de, au lieu de mettre permitted, mettre allowed. Et je pense que c'est la même chose et que vous pouvez accepter ça facilement. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. So in order to take a decision and to keep going on in our agenda, I would like to ask to the committee members if we can accept the amendments as the rapporteur has just read it out. Do we have an agreement on that? If is the case, may I assume we have a consensus? So I would like to thank you and congratulate the committee for getting this consensus. So now we can move to the next paragraph, please.
Merci. Le paragraphe suivant, proposé par l'Inde. Oh là là, je suis en anglais là. Les représentants, donc si vous voulez, on a gardé le texte proposé par le secrétariat, en fait l'original, dans les crochets, mais bon, ça, on va le biffer, s'il vous plaît. Parce qu'en fait, quand on a reçu l'amendement de l'Inde, c'était pas biffé. C'est pourquoi j'ai laissé dans les crochets, comme c'était présenté, parce qu'on respecte ce qu'on reçoit, on présente comme ça. Et comme l'Inde a expliqué tout à l'heure que c'était en fait la proposition de suppression, en mettant dans les crochets, entre les crochets, voilà, on fait la même chose comme au paragraphe précédent. Les représentants d'un État partie, membres ou non du comité, seront invités par le président à exprimer leur point de vue une fois que les organisations consultatives ont présenté leur évaluation du bien proposé par cet État, un rapport sur l'état de conservation d'un bien situé sur son territoire ou pour appuyer l'approbation d'une demande d'assistance soumise par cet État. Vous avez vu qu'il y avait une partie qui a été proposée pour la suppression. Et ensuite, une fois ce temps de parole accordé, l'État partie pourra se voir accorder la permission de fournir des informations, on a proposé ici exclusivement, des informations en réponse aux questions qui leur sont posées. Cette disposition s'applique également aux autres observateurs mentionnés à l'article 8. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Madam. I recognize the Indian delegation requesting the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just think we need to clarify that, and I think South Africa's point that the two paragraphs actually have synergies and need to be taken together. The first part of it is, I think we've already been through this, but it was to make the point that the state party concerned would speak only after the advisory bodies, to make that very clear. So that is point one. And the second, well, not speak to advocate, of course, that in the earlier paragraph we've already achieved a consensus. The last amendment is to help the chair discharge the chair's functions, which is if there is a point of information, you can call upon the state party, but not otherwise, meaning don't give the state party repetitive chances on the floor to express what I think Estonia actually spoke of advocacy. I think it was an opinion, meaning that's the point. So, you know, South Africa's legal skills could take us through this, but essentially it's the same point, and it clarifies that the state party shall not speak before the advisory bodies. That's the first part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I give the floor to Estonia.
Thank you. Just to understand this, when we discussed the last paragraph, I believe we had a consensus on the issue that the state party will express their point of view, but only in response to specific questions asked. So when I read the proposal made by India, the first proposal, my reading is that the state party will be invited as a rule after the advisory bodies have presented their evaluation, that the state party will be given a time to express its own position. Is this so? Thank you.
May I assume this is a question directly addressed to India, so please.
No, it is not that the state party chair would speak. If you're invited to a dinner, you may or may not go. So, I mean, the point was that the state party would be given an opportunity to speak, but only after the advisory bodies. I mean, that's the operative part of this. It is not a question of whether they would speak or not speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your clarifications. So, I see the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. إضافة إلى ما قاله سعادة سفير الهند، نحن أيضا في الإمارات نفهم أننا نحاول أن نغير عادة غير مستحبة في أن تلجأ دولة إلى أن تطلب الحديث لدولة أخرى. هذا أيضا جزء من الهدف من التغيير، أنه جزء من الاحترام للدولة العضو أن تدعى عند الضرورة من قبل الرئيس للإجابة على أسئلة معينة من حقها أن توضح وجهة نظرها. فهو أيضا تعديل لسلوك ملتوي يمارس في الماضي، أن تطلب دولة من الدولة الطرف أن يعطى لها فرصة للحديث. نحن الآن نحترمها ونقر بأنه ممكن أن تأخذ الحديث عندما يكون ضروريا.
Merci. La France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous aimerions faire concernant les amendements proposés par l'Inde, quand il est écrit que les représentants des États partis seront invités par le Président, nous préférions le terme « pourront être invités par le Président ». En effet, il semble que les débats pourraient être allongés parfois inutilement, en particulier lorsqu'il y aurait des évaluations positives, des organisations consultatives, et on a bien vu que parfois le temps manque durant ces sessions du comité. Une autre remarque serait, il est un petit peu difficile, surtout pour des modifications de règlement intérieur comme ça, de voir les articles un par un sans les voir en totalité, car on est toujours sous l'article 22, et il y a souvent des corrélations entre les articles, et nous n'avons pas le texte des amendements, ou tout au moins pas à l'écran, pour voir un petit peu l'enchaînement et voir quelle serait la logique des modifications. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, bien sûr, on prend note de vos commentaires. Le collègue de secrétariat, ils ont pris note. Je passe la parole à le rapporteur, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais juste expliquer que ce n'est pas possible pour nous de vous afficher l'original, parce que si on affiche plus qu'un paragraphe, on ne pourrait pas travailler, parce que on ne pourra pas voir. Donc c'est ça, mais on a déjà... Nous vous proposons de vous donner une copie, si vous voulez, des règlements intérieurs, si ça pourrait... Donc à ce moment-là, vous pouvez regarder si vous voulez.
Merci. Bon, il y a quelques petits problèmes techniques. Donc en attendant, est-ce que l'Estonie souhaite prendre la parole à nouveau? Donc je passe la parole à l'Estonie.
Thank you. And thank you also to India for explaining the meaning of a paragraph and the proposals made. We have to say that we are not comfortable with this proposal because we believe that we reached an agreement during discussion on the last paragraph, and the agreement was that the state party is given the floor to answer any specific questions that the committee might have. And it is also in our rules of procedure, it's point 22.5, that the questions of the committee members will be put to the state party at the end of the debate. So I think that the problem I think that the advisory bodies anyway explain their position as they present the item. So it is that the committee will not have the debate at this point. So there is no need to emphasize that the state party will speak after the advisory bodies. So for this reason, we stand for the original draft of this paragraph, and if it makes it too more comfortable for India and others, we would be okay with deleting the very first sentence because it is the reason behind it, the reason behind the paragraph, but I think it's also self-evident. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I would like to give the floor to Ethiopia, if maybe you can try to help us in this.
Thank you, Chair. On 2 points I would like to comment. The one is on the advocate issue. I think we have discussed a lot and in a lengthy manner. So if we come to a consensus about this advocate, I think the deletion of that, I'm in favor. And the second thing is, with regards to, unlike to the distinguished delegate of Estonia, I'm in favor of the after. I would like to stress on the after, because it gives the chance for the respective state parties whom we are going to give, or the chairperson is going to give the chances, to have the chance after the advisory bodies to have the chance of giving clarity. The whole point of why we are coming to revise these articles is the state parties or the cases, the files are not well perceived. Those errors or those gaps we are trying to address. So if we are to address those gaps, we have to give the chance to the state party right after the advisory bodies, so that it gives the state party the chance of clarifying any factual error or whatsoever gaps of clarity. So that after, I think, in my opinion, is important. So with these ideas, I think Ethiopia is in favor of the proposition by India, and if only we endorse this proposition of India, our spirit of discussion in the first article would be practical enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I give the floor to India in order to keep going a consensus, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to clarify the point that was made by Estonia regarding point 22.5, which says that the chairperson shall put committee's members' questions to a state party once at the end of the committee's debate on the property. So I don't see that there is any conflict between this and that the amendment proposed in 22.6, where we have used the term and. Probably we can go back to the screen on that particular amendment, 22.6. So what it reads is that you have committee members shall not speak to the World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time. So that is within the allowed time when they are speaking after the advisory bodies, and in response to any questions. That is at the end of the debate in response to any questions asked. So I don't see any conflict between the amendments proposed and the point 22.5. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clarification, and I give the floor to South Africa, followed by Japan. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And we actually find this proposal quite a useful one. And from a practical point of view, we can quite understand the issue of states not influencing and not speaking in favor to change the committee's view. But what we've seen in the discussions actually is sometimes we spend so much time as committee members trying to clarify different issues and the confusion that exists, that if we had asked the state party right at the beginning just to give its view on this, sometimes it helps to clarify the issue very quickly. It does not mean that a state would actually then influence the committee's decision. It just means that the committee would have both sides of the story, or even just the strengthened side of the story. And that's why we actually favor this. Whether it's shall, we could be easy on the may as well, but we see a practicality here. We understand the fears, but we approach it from a more positive sense, in the sense that it assists us to come to a decision. So that's why we're fairly keen on seeing this. I mean, we won't die for this, but we thought that it might actually contribute to enhancing the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. My last speaker is Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Japan would like to keep shall instead of may, because may, I'm afraid may is very weak, you know, in the sense state party should be right to express their opinion, you know. This is shall should be better. So Japan support India shall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Russia, you have the floor.
Да, мы полностью поддерживаем то, что сейчас сказано было делегацией Японии, потому что Мэй отдает фактически на откуп председателя, так сказать, решение вопроса, давать слово или не давать. Мы за shall. Это первое. И второе, как нам кажется, все предложения Индии по пункту 22.6 и 22.7, они пронизаны единой логикой. И упрощая процедуру в целом, делая ее прозрачнее и, я бы сказал, демократичнее, позволяют нам правильнее и точнее, так сказать, решать вопросы без особых затрат. Чтобы было окончательно понятно и чтобы не брать слово дважды, хочу подчеркнуть, что мы выступаем, поддерживаем как поправку в первой части, так и во второй части пункта 22.7. Я имею в виду вторую часть, там где after this permitted time for the state party, they may, if required, и так далее. Это мы тоже поддерживаем. Спасибо.
Thank you, sir. I give the floor to Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie donc opte pour l'option, la formulation seront du Japon. Merci.
Merci. Le Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Sénégal soutient également la proposition initiale faite par l'Inde parce qu'il me semble très difficile de dire que la parole pourra être accordée à un État sans préciser quelles sont les conditions de cette possibilité, de cette attribution. Merci.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la Thaïlande, suivie par la Suisse. La Thaïlande.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand support the proposal of India throughout their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. La Suisse.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je
j'ai peur de venir un peu comme un cheveu sur la soupe, mais j'aimerais vous proposer la chose suivante. L'Allemagne nous a recommandé de regarder le point 22.6 dans le cadre aussi de la discussion du point 22.7. Nous faisons maintenant des tours de table assez précis sur la question du 22.7. J'aimerais vous proposer d'ajourner la discussion jusqu'à demain matin afin qu'on puisse, au sein des délégations et avec les experts, voir quelles sont les implications concrètes quant aux propositions de procédure qui sont proposées et qui sont sur la table. Je crois qu'il y a un certain point qui ont été approuvés, qui ont recueilli, je dirais, le consensus, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut entendre les parties, les États parties, à un moment ou à un autre de la procédure. Moi, personnellement, pour pouvoir prendre une décision, j'aimerais bien avoir l'occasion de voir avec mes experts, mais aussi avec d'autres experts, ce que cela a sur, je dirais, le déroulement pratique des décisions que le comité doit prendre. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. J'ai sur ma liste la France, le Qatar. Yes. But, yeah, exactly. But I'm just going to mention that I have on my list France, Qatar, Germany, and Ethiopia. So, if this is acceptable, I'm going to turn. I would like to turn to the legal advisor in order to before them in order to. Well, if it is acceptable for France, Qatar, and Germany, and Ethiopia, and of course the other committee members, the proposal that was raised by the distinguished ambassador of Switzerland, I would like to propose that we can adopt or approve for today this proposal. If it is okay, I would like to call on you in order to get a consensus. Point of order of interest.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear what the legal advisor advised in response to your question, which I presume was under what circumstances, under what conditions is adjournment to be taken up, and are those conditions met? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the delegation of India, it is true my reply to the chairman was very informal because I assumed the Swiss ambassador was making a proposal that indicated that all delegations wanted to review the rules to see how things fit together and wasn't making a formal motion. But if we are talking of a formal motion, I interpret the proposal by Switzerland as an adjournment of the debate on the item until tomorrow morning, which is what he said, he stipulated, so it would be the Rule 31. On moving the adjournment, he shall indicate whether he moves the adjournment sine die or to a particular time. He specified he wanted to do it until tomorrow morning. In addition to Switzerland, you would have to have one speaker in favor of the adjournment and one speaker against. If you wish to make this formal, then that is how it should go. I had advised the chairman before that if there was a consensus, there was no need to follow this procedure, but this is, in response to your question, this is the correct procedure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Germany, France, and after the United Arab Emirates. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I've looked, if you look at the time, we have now 12 minutes to 7. Phnom Penh is a vibrant city, and we all have a dozen of invitations and side events still to follow. And apart from that, the issue is too important to be decided under time pressure. So I assume that we can come to a consensus without a formal motion to adjourn this debate until tomorrow morning, unless a distinguished member of this committee asks for a vote on this item. But I think this is really not an issue to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. La France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous approuvons également la proposition faite par la Suisse d'adjournement jusqu'à demain matin. Toutefois, nous souhaiterions, sûrement avant cette heure, avoir le texte, évidemment, des amendements proposés, puisqu'il est difficile de travailler sans avoir la totalité des amendements. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Je suis peut-être de l'avis que les Émirats arabes unis puissent être de notre avis pour adjourner ce débat. Donc, je vous passe la parole, monsieur.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نحن لسنا بصدد الاعتراض. الأمر لا يتعلق بالاعتراض أو عدمه. نحن نفهم أن الوقت يعني قرب، وأن اللجنة لها الحق في أن تقرر أن تستمر لأن الوقت قرب على الانتهاء، أو أن تلتزم بوقت اليومي لانتهاء أعمال هذه الجلسة. لكن من ناحية إجرائية، إذا اعترضت على هذا الأمر فيعني هذا أننا سنلجأ للتصويت، وبدون اعتراضي المقترح نفسه بدون أي اعتراض سيضطرنا إلى التصويت. أنا لست معترضا، أنا أسعى للتوافق، وأعتقد أن الطلب مع تقديري لتدخل سويسرا لهم الحق قانونيا في هذا، لكن كنت أتمنى لو تقدموا بهذا الطلب مبكرا لأنهم كانوا شركاء معنا في هذا النقاش. وشكرا.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour votre commentaire. Lande, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. With all respect to the Swiss, and we want to give them more respect, we would not oppose this adjournment request. It's in any case, there are 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. We've agreed on the elephant, now we are holding on to the tail. I just wanted to request the German ambassador, since he has dozens of invitations, to share some of them with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I am sure that maybe Senegal will be not against this proposal, so I will give you the floor, sir.
Non, certainement pas. Nous ne nous opposons pas à cette proposition de la Suisse. C'était simplement pour avoir une précision, parce que dans son intervention, le délégué de la Suisse a parlé à la fois de l'article 22.7 et de l'article 22.6. Je voudrais juste m'assurer que l'ajournement du débat ne porte que sur le point 22.7 et que demain, c'est à partir de ce point que nous commencerons nos débats. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Bien sûr. Donc, si c'est l'avis du comité, je vois que c'est le consensus, on peut adjourner ce débat pour demain. Et si vous l'estimez qui est pertinent, peut-être on peut avancer vers le point 12 de notre agenda aujourd'hui. Si c'est le cas et vous estimez que c'est pertinent, on peut continuer au moins jusqu'au point 12. C'est juste sur la base qu'il y a toujours de nombreux points qu'il faut étudier. Donc, je me permets, je tourne vers le comité juste pour vous demander. Mais il faut tenir compte, bien sûr, qu'il y a toujours quelques points qui nous restent sur l'agenda. Donc, je pense que peut-être on peut passer l'examen du point 12, la Suisse.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de demander la parole, mais je crois que ma demande, qui n'était d'ailleurs pas forcément une demande formelle, était une demande de temps pour pouvoir travailler. Je ne sais plus quelle délégation a proposé que nous ayons le texte écrit. Je crois que c'est très important pour cette consultation des experts et je crois que nous devons tenir compte de l'heure. Il est maintenant 5 minutes avant 7 heures. À 7 heures, on a terminé. Je pense qu'il est temps de rentrer et de revenir demain. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Très bien, merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. India, you have the floor.
I just want to point out that I entirely agree with the Swiss ambassador, but there are delegations that may want to suggest additional amendments. I presume that there is no bar or disallowal of that, and we will take that tomorrow when it comes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. So in that case, I may consider that we have finished our discussions for today. So we will resume tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.